meeting of the Planning Application Committee, Wednesday, 26th June. Have we any apologies? Any other apologies?
Councillor Dempster's apologies and please no fear.
Any declarations of interest? I think I'll start myself. I won't participate in 4 and 5. Six. Jim?
Thank you, Chair. I won't participate live. I was not present when the initial played. Item 6 also property. Yeah.
Councillor Maitland.
Thank you, Chairman. Item number 21. I'm a director of a Crichton Development Company. And item 22, director.
Anyone else? No? Okay. Minute of the meeting of the 22nd of May. Councillor Witt.
Thank you, Chairman. I'd like to offer 2 corrections. The first is paragraph 2.3. Excuse me. I declared an interest, but my interest is that the applicant. I always assumed that representative meant objector. And second, my matter was at the top of page 15, where it says that the meeting reconvened after adjournment. However, I did not re-enter the meeting until night. Incidentally,
We noted those alterations. Approve the minute.
Agreed.
Okay, thank you. Move on to continue the applications. I will chair and sorry.
Planning application. Turn as to the media. Author planning. Following. According. Third party. Third. Dutch. Chairman individual. Come forward. Sit. Order. Form. Or
folks. Can we move into the business for today? Item 4 is Garloff Farm, Cairnyard, Beeswing, Dumfries. Planning application for the erection of 18 holiday chalets, installation of sewage treatment plant, formation of access roads and landscaping. Now, I think can I first check that everybody in the room is allowed to vote on this? Were at the previous meeting? Thank you for that. David, do you want to come in on this?
Thanks, Chair. It's really just to confirm that the visit took place last Friday and advised slides just to run over. These are the slides we showed last time, plus we've added in ones which were taken during the site visit to use from within the site.
Members, we're in session. Are there any queries or suggestions? Have a recommendation to approve application subject to conditions. Councillor Geddes.
Well, my suggestion do exactly always. Let me say something. I reckon that I'm not able to be present.
Ditto, Councillor Geddes, I was not there either. Anybody else? Councillor
Gentlemen, the two planners sitting here know how to meet there's been issues about overlooking views and whatnot. My understanding, or what I took from the site visit, was that a lot of these proposed chalets will be slightly over the hill, given that they're past the power lines. The hill that's right across there, and the chalets built to a certain extent, not entirely below that hill level. I'm not going to have such a view as much as I thought. There's only about 5 chalets that after it actually had a view of the hill. The concern I've got is the proposal to build the Beeswing end of the site, if you like. 5 or 6 chalets. They'll be sitting on top of the hill and visible from the main road. At the present moment, you can't see any of the and effect, visual effect, I think, of travelling road. What use the planner for that? And I don't suppose it'll be realistic. We'd do Charlie development. Be interested to hear.
If you can make out the slide that you've got there, Barry pointed out there were actually originally more chalets proposed in that area. That's now shown diagrammatically as a big fluffy clouds in the bottom right-hand corner. That's a structure planting area, which, if you look at some of the conditions in the report, condition 4 is recommending standard landscaping, but then the third point of condition 5 is specifically looking for structure planting to the southern boundary. So the area along there, would have to be substantially beefed up to provide some screening of the site. But just to reiterate that the original scheme contained more chalets in that area and have been deleted to the extent that we think it is now an acceptable scheme.
Councillor Maitland?
It's my usual concern about lighting. Like lighting, what would be permitted within rights, what wouldn't be, because this is an elevated site. I share views that we are attempting to make fit into them. I have no difficulty with principal development, but you're looking up at lights, which I think are fixed chalets, and I know will drive people mad. They're up above. So I want to check we can be lighting scheme, any lighting scheme, absolutely commensurate.
If you recall, one of the things Barry mentioned last time was the fact that originally adoptable as planning officers inappropriate. One of the reasons being that adoptable, then you would have street lights requirement, which obviously joining scheme doesn't have identification. So no, there would be no standard street lights here at proposal. It's very difficult to control individual external light properties because red light come on. All I can say is that as a part of this scheme there would be no street lights, beyond that, it's very difficult for the plant to
No, no, I'm not. I do think there would be nuisance. If you're below and you're looking up, no way that control lights. Have lights burning all night outside, which would really constitute a nuisance. Maybe. So are you saying there's absolutely? I mean, I'm looking at the screening. It's not obviously the existing scheme wouldn't want the screening and planting. It's very difficult, this one, because actually, I mean, you're trying to create good neighbours, reasonable arrangements that work, and I think there is
just to expand on that, I mean, that we can control the issue about having street lights. Could attach a condition removing permitted development to lights on them. Never known it be done before. Really just forceful. Obviously, the Cairnyard scheme to the south, people there will have lights on their chalets. That have an imbalance of having Cairnyard have those lights. Not having them would obviously be challenging. Was it happy about it? There's a safety element as well that you need to have some artificial light. We can't control if somebody has a light burning. We can control the fact that the street lights are on.
Councillor Driver.
Just on a specific point, David, I think we in the past have put conditions on lighting for certain things after a certain period at night. Is there a potential to do that then?
What we have done in the past is where there is specific floodlighting proposal, why they be cowled and angled so that there's no spillage above the horizontal. And if they're floodlights, then yes, muggers, not because the intensity of those lights really are very social. I think there's a world of difference between that scale of lighting, quite reasonable to attach to, and a straightforward outside light. I mean, you could have lights on within the chalets, which are dazzling out, that fall completely out with planning. So you could have a condition that requires no external lighting, but you still will have the lighting from the chalet. It's a tricky one.
Come back. Then, I mean, obviously this will the plan application, if it is approved, there'll obviously be some discussions between planning and the applicant. I'm just wondering if there's any chance of having that discussion with the applicant to say, is there any way that we can subdue that lighting onto that particular road at night? And I'm sure the applicant, if he approved, would like that discussion.
The best compromise I can suggest is really that we add an additional condition which requires detail of all external lighting to be submitted and approved. That would at least give as much control as is reasonable. Too far to remove all permitted development. As I say, for the reason that you could reasonably have the lights on within the building, causing as much pollution.
Councillor Geddes, you moved the motion to accept. Are you prepared to accept that?
Yeah, yes, I would, sir. It was on the basis of that give us the assurance that such a condition would meet all the relevant tests. I can have that assurance.
I think it's perfectly reasonable to have a condition requiring details of all external lighting so that we can ensure it's as low impact as possible. I would not be happy having a condition removing permitted development rights for all external.
Councillor McKee.
Hi, thanks, Chair. It's just the recreational area. How close is that going to be to boundary fence?
if you look on the slide again, it's wonderfully clear, but slap bang in the middle of that, along the southwestern boundary, there's a large white area in the centre. Now, I have a degree of sympathy with the objectors to this one because the application has been ongoing in one form or another. The proposal has been ongoing for a number of years, albeit in 2 different applications, and they still have not given us any significant detail of what they're going to be doing in that area. So that's why you've got condition 3 recommended to actually show what's going on there. It hasn't been shown one way or the other. I would want to see details of exactly what was envisaged there. It's just shown as being the recreational area just now, so you could have, well, you just don't know what's going on there. So that's why you'd have to have 3 to deal with that. You can see from, I don't know if I can put the photos back up, the proximity, that one is perfect, yeah, that one there. That's sort of immediately adjoining the recreational area. What that photo maybe doesn't show is the depth of the gardens visually calculated. So you would have the potential for some nuisance unless that area was well designed and screened. So that's why we have to. It is unfortunate that the applicant has not been able to give us any more details on the application, but conditions capture.
Accept that. Gareth has made a motion. Against that. Can we accept that? Thank you very much. Laura, done?
Committee has the report.
With that, can we move on to item 5? Land at Auchen Castle, formerly part of Lawesknowe Farm, Beattock, planning application for the formation of equestrian exercise area and hardstanding and siting of stable building and container unit for private use. You words on that?
Yeah, I'll get David to run through the slides again second. The one thing which is perhaps critical is the application site boundary and what we looked at on site, but I'll hand over to David first and let him run through the slides just to refresh memory.
Okay, just a quick recap of the slides. So just a view looking north towards the site, which occupies a rural setting, located within a clearing screened by woodland on 3 sides. It's a generally flat site. Is not overly prominent in the context of the surrounding landscape. Just another angle looking north. You can see the site contains a stable block and a steel container form part of the application. It's also bounded by field gate and timber fencing. See, it's partially retrospective. Majority of the site has been completed. See the area of hardstanding. This slide shows the access road which is proposed, which is a private road. This is looking north towards the junction with the public road. The West Coast main line is to the right of the slide. And looking in the opposite direction, you can see there's significant woodland cover surrounding the site. The site location plan shows the applicant site in red, land within the ownership of the applicant in blue. And finally, the elevation showing the storage container.
If you could take it back a couple of slides, David, please, to the application plan. Yeah, now, when this was at the May committee, there were representations made by agent and objectors asking whether or not the existing field gate could be use. It wasn't clear where that field gate was. Site visit has clarified that, so that's clear. If you look at that plan there, you've got a blue wedge as the main section. Very top corner of that, where you can see the bridge over the railway line. Just a few metres on from that is where the gate is into the site. I think I misunderstood what was being said and thought it was actually an area to the west. But it's right at the north of the site, or I should say north of the blue line. The difficulty is that if members are minded to say that the existing private access, which the applicant is satisfied he has a right of access across, is not acceptable for use, then if you're wanting to have him to bring the access solely through the blue line, the land under his control, I think that would actually require a new planning application, because you'd be requiring details of any improvements that are going to be required to the existing field gate, which if you're going to be stopping horse boxes and vehicles coming along there, I would suggest proper lay-by for them to pull into and get the gate open. You're then going to have to bring the road right down through that site, and as those who walked across it will have remembered, it's actually quite a hilly site. So we need to have details of the engineering operations that will be required to put that road through. So in short, if that's what members, having seen the site, would like, I would suggest that requires a whole new planning application that falls out with the red line boundary and involve quite significant new engineering operations. So if that's your view, you should be refusing this application without prejudice to a further application showing that revised access. My own view is to, even having seen the site now and having seen that gate, is the recommendation is correct. If the applicant is satisfied that they have a right of access over that private road, I think it is actually less harmful for them to continue using it. So there's one passing place at least upon the left-hand side as you're going north. There are only two properties further to the south. It's not a heavily trafficked road. We didn't see any vehicles when we went south. So really it's either approval of what you see, or if you don't like what you see, then it will be a refusal further.
Okay, folks, we're in public session. Councillor Driver and then Councillor Tedford.
Thanks, Chair. Unfortunately, I couldn't make the site visit because my employer wanted me to go down to Wales. I don't know what that's about, work for them and that type of thing. But David mentioned something there, that if we refuse this application, then it would have to be a new application without prejudice. If people start building on land without planning application anyway, they take their chance. And if it's happened too many times in Dumfries and Galloway, of people have had retrospective planning applications coming in when they've done the biggest majority of the work. Now, they took their chance on this one. Now, I'm not saying whether I'm for or against this application in any way whatsoever, but it's about time that we started getting harder on people who started work without the planning application in there first. So I'm really concerned that if we are to go ahead with this particular application without having some form of understanding from the applicant that he shouldn't have started anyway without an application being in, then there's something seriously wrong.
First of all, I do understand the points that Councillor is making. The question I wanted to existing access beyond actual application site, is that in fact dead-ended?
Yes, if you look at page 29 of your agenda, then that shows the extent of the road. It goes beyond the application site, and several hundred metres to the south you'll see that there's St Margaret's and Valenciennes. These are the only two properties that stopped up.
Come back in.
I mean, on that basis, having been on the site visit, I think I would actually road, as long as that has back, is the most appropriate place to access.
You're moving acceptance. Keep going at the minute. Councillor Maitland.
Yes, I don't have any difficulty as well with the principle. Sympathise with Councillor Driver's views, but we've got to look at what we're sitting in front of at the moment. However, I do think that the steel container is hideous, and it's a real jarring note in a very rural area. And I can't think why we're going to allow that to sit for 3 years. I would reduce that. Is there any reason why we can't to 1 year?
No, absolutely none. 3 years is a fairly standard period that you use temporary structure to members about the visual amenities. It's open to yourself to end conditions downward.
Which case then, Chairman, I do propose that we remove that and make it 1 year. I'm no problem at all with the principle. It's for private use. There's a perfectly good road, and you don't hitch your horse box up the front, let me tell you. I don't see it being used constantly back and forward. So with that change, I would be happy to propose that.
Anybody else wishing to speak? Councillor McCautry.
I'd support Councillor Maitland in that. It backs up the point made by Councillor Driver. They've already done the work without permission. They've had that big blue shed there for quite a while. So I think it's appropriate to change that other condition. I think the site visit was worthwhile because you don't get the scale of the thing planned. I think it's fairly obvious. The wrong way. I think if we amend that second condition to the permission,
I'll come back to you, Councillor Thompson. Councillor McKee and then Councillor Geddes.
Thanks, Chair. I think having been on the site visit and seen the if the applicant was looking to build a road in that list, that's okay. I'm not quite sure. We haven't got photographs of the existing lay-by, have we? Whether that needs extending, it might be okay for a car, but if there's a car pulling a horse box, is it big enough to accommodate both together? Quite sure.
Scroll back photos, please. Yeah, it's just on that. We see that first tree on the left-hand side. It just lies beyond that. It's an informal space. The difficulty is that is out with the red line and the blue line. It's a private road, which we understand the applicant tells us he has access across it. He doesn't have the ownership of it. So if you're attaching a condition requiring to do additional works, I would suggest that condition would be altered.
Councillor Geddes.
Well, as I've already said, so due to prior council site visit either. But if in fact, in relation to the steel container, if in fact it is so obtrusive, so inappropriate, albeit in a location, is there any reason why in fact we can turn around and say, well, no, we're not going to have that type of site at all, rather than leaving it for a period of 1 year? That I regarded as being a wee bit too draconian.
We clearly, in paragraph 4.4, set out that we had concerns about this, but in the last sentence being the applicant is advised to give early consideration to submitting an application for a suitably designed and finished permanent structure. We obviously don't want that there any longer ourselves. You can't part approve, part refuse an application. That's the difficulty. So what you could do is have a condition, as suggested by Councillor Maitland, that gives a very short period with a clear understanding that the view of the committee is that they need to get an application in and approved for an alternative structure as soon as possible. Given the timescales to prepare a scheme, get that implemented, go through enforcement action, we're probably talking about a year before you've got it all sorted anyway. So the simpler route is to give the condition then.
Thank you.
Right, Councillor Thompson, you made a motion. We accept this. Are you accepting Councillor Maitland's slight amendment?
Yes, I'm happy to accept that. Provides
think we all sign up to that one. So are we all in agreement?
Committee is approve the application.
My apologies for that. Laura. Right, we're now into applications eligible for public speaking, and we have item 6. Erection of one wind turbine, hub height of 28.6 metres, 45.6 metres to blade tip, and formation of access track at Larg Farm, Freetown, Newton Stewart.
Thank you, Chair. The case officer is on leave, so I will do the presentation in her absence today. First slide you can see here shows the position of the application site, the proposed turbine, its national grid references. As a comparison, you've also got labelled to the existing turbine. That was the one that was granted permission under the terms of 11P 20063. Planning history is itemised in the report on page 40 in paragraph 1.6. Proposed turbine itself, you can see this here. It's a three-bladed turbine. It would measure 45.6 metres from base to the tip above ground level, and it would have a hub height of 28.6 metres. Again, as a comparison, the existing turbine, which you'll see in the photographs on site, measures 27 metres from its base to its blade tip height. Next photograph, this shows a ZTV, which is a zone of theoretical visibility. In essence, this is a computer-generated model, assumes a bare earth analysis, so it doesn't take into account trees, buildings, other obstructions to use. So what you're looking at here, essentially, a worst-case scenario, shows theoretical visibility of the proposed turbine within the local area. As a reference, you'll be able to quite a spread into the Mackers area from this proposal. Again, the issues surrounding the ZTV are explored in greater detail in the report. I don't intend to rehash them. Looking at cumulative impact, this is a map of previous applications, including the application site and those in the general vicinity. The radius is from 5 kilometres, the centre point being the application site. You can see from the list that 4.15 of the report, so that's put to page 48 going on to page 49. Most of the turbines which have been granted in the area by whatever means are smaller proposal, exception being one at Kirk. You'll also note the number of turbine applications of a greater size used or withdrawn at various stages. Moving to the photographs, the first one is a view. This is over the rooftops of Freetown, looking in a generally southern direction. It doesn't show up too well on this, but the existing turbine is added. You might be able to pick out light back. The next view is much closer to the application site. This is actually a view of the existing turbine. It's got some cloud behind it, so again, it's not as clear as I had hoped it would have been. This is taken from the Larg Farm access road, climbing up. Looking in a different direction, this is looking west. It shows the existing turbine. You can see the Mackers area spreading out in the background. Just a small sliver of Woodtown Bay visible. So you can see the site's actually quite elevated above the sea level. This is the existing turbine, again labelled clearly for the avoidance of doubt. This is looking from the Mackers across general easterly direction. You can see Woodtown Bay intervening, and really the key thing to note here is the existing turbine is visible on the skyline. In summary, looking at the report, the recommendation is to refuse the application visual regional scenic area, and this is really by virtue of the location of the turbine.
Okay, members, before I ask the objector to come forward, are there any points of clarification? No? Then can I ask Leslie Cundiff to come forward? 3 minutes.
My name is Leslie Cundy, and my partner Alan and I live at Phil Bay near Creetown, where we also run our holiday cottage business. You will know from the case officer's report that this proposed development raises many issues. There can be no one in Dumfries and Galloway who doesn't sympathise with the plight of the farmers and their livestock in terrible weather this spring, and none more so than Alan and myself. Alan spent 30 years of his adult life farming at 1,000 feet in a less favoured area, so he fully understands the challenges farmers face. But many businesses that rely on visitors have been hard hit by the recent poor summers and early and cold Easters, and for them there is no help in the form of subsidies and compensation payments. I do not intend to take your time going over points of objection you've already read. I believe the only issue before the committee is, does this development fit with planning policy? The answer is clearly no. In July 2012, planning permission for a single 45-metre turbine at Cambrett Hill near Creetown was refused on appeal based on breach of Structure Plan Policy 2 and S21 and Local Plan General Policy 7 and 42. Recent appeal decisions on turbines, from the larger development at Mayfield to the two 45.5-metre turbines at Raven Borg, have also upheld planning authority's decisions and the interim planning policy on wind energy development. I would only ask you today to continue to reinforce your own policy by refusing this application.
Members, any questions? Thank you. I now have one of the local councillors, Ian Dick, wishing to come to the table.
Thanks very much, Chair, for allowing me to speak on behalf of this application. I'm Councillor Ian Dick from the Sederunt North Rins ward, speaking on behalf of my constituents who are the applicants. And I would very much like to ask the committee to look to approve this application on the basis of substantial parts of the report and the mitigation of cumulative effect. Now, as always, I would preface my remarks by saying that every application must be treated on its own merits, but the planning history indicates that there is consideration needs to be taken of previous planning applications, not least of all the one which was up for approval earlier this year and was granted an appeal after refusal by the committee. It suggests to me that there may be an element of consistency here, where one was approved and this one is up for refusal. I think the planning history here also indicates that there is approval been given for an additional 3 turbines, which would mean that this site would contain 4 if the application was previous applications were to proceed, thereby having a possible cumulative effect. What the impact of this application does is to mitigate the cumulative effects by inserting 1 single turbine, and the planning applicants have indicated that they would not proceed with existing applications. Could I also refer the members to the cumulative impact, which discussed at point 416, suggests that it would not be necessary to carry out a cumulative impact, as there is only 1 turbine proposed under this application. Proposed. I mentioned as well existing the substantial parts of the report, which are 4.2 through to 4.20 to 4.4, refers to the MOD, Scottish National Heritage Charity, and the archaeological impact, which are all indicating that there are no substantial effects. It also indicates the impact of tourism high or not considered the evidence. In conclusion, I would very much ask the committee to favour this application.
Thank you. Any questions? No. You can leave the room, Councillor. Can I now have the applicants, Mr. and Mrs. Archibald?
councillors like our family have farmed large 9 and we got married in Cairnyard Church. Larg is Hill Farm, Auchen Farm. We employ one shepherd who has children at the local school. Larg is a landscape that we maintain to benefit livestock, wildlife, and many people who use the footpaths that cross our farm. We pay someone to maintain the footpath once a fortnight and intend to invest further in the infrastructure of the footpath we are granted planning permission. Our footpaths are used regularly by the local residents of Beattock, Wigtown Ramblers, and we recently had a visit from the Dublin Ramblers as part of the Sederunt Walking Festival. On this visit, the head of the local mountain race complimented us on the work we were doing to maintain and upgrade the path of the farm while providing a managed environment, aesthetic and pleasing. As an active farming business, we support 30 local businesses. This brings much needed money into the local economy. We feel our planning application follows the guiding principle of the Dumfries and Galloway Structural Plan to encourage the growth and development of sustainable communities. Larg is not within a conservation area, and the proposed development site so it would have a backdrop of Heather Hills and would not reach the summit of this hill. We feel that one wind turbine is more aesthetically pleasing than 4 at different heights. If you grant us planning permission, we'll take down the existing wind turbine and not erect the others to have planning permission for. We are privileged to have the responsibility of upholding the managed environment of Larg and want to continue to be able to do this in the future for the benefit of others. This application would allow us to provide sustainable energy, income to local businesses, and maintain the landscape that is special
You
to
have
us
30
and
seconds.
others. Thank you for listening.
Thank you. Any questions, members? Then you can return to your seats. Thank you very much. Members, you're now in session. Councillor Ted Thompson. So, sorry, there is a question for you. Sorry, Councillor Thompson would like to ask you a question.
Mrs. Archibald, my question relates to the for wind turbine. Can you explain to me
Have planning permission for 4 wind turbines and feel that one turbine have impact more visually pleasing to look at than the 4 that we planned for access would not, we would take down one not.
You wish to come back, Councillor Thompson?
Yes, thank you, Chair. Can you tell me that of the 4 that you have permission for, what the rated output is of the one proposed?
I prefer my husband.
The rated output, Steve, 4 total. Around 100,000 kilowatt, whereas one larger turbine, 70,000.
Thank you for that.
Councillor Geddes?
My question sort of
Okay. There, no further questions for the applicant? Then take your seat, please. Right, members, we're in session. Councillor Geddes?
Yes, sir. I did belatedly try to catch your attention. Irrespective. Paragraph 4.16, sir, of the report seems to me, if I can use the colloquialism, suspiciously like horse trade. Now, we're told, in fact, I've been told, colleagues have been told, we're not, in fact, in a position to do anything such. Today, this really, my understanding, is an irrelevant consideration. We're obliged to do the application on its merit. Can I have clear, unequivocal advice?
Indeed, yes. It is obviously open to the applicant to put forward any offers which they wish to mitigate. So you've got the clear offer from them for the one turbine of Auchen and moving one existing one and three permission. But really I would refer you to paragraph 4.28 on page 55. Case officer has really come to the conclusion that the impact of the potential outcome does not outweigh recommended refusal of the proposed development.
Councillor Geddes?
I'm grateful, sir, as always, to Mr. Sutty for his response. I have no compunction saying that, as far as I'm concerned, not be supporting the grant of this. Move it, in fact, will move. Adopt the recommendation. Refuse the application.
Other member? Thompson?
Second.
Anybody, any otherwise minded? No, then the recommendation. Paula? Right, can we have Councillor McComb and the chairman back, please?
Right, on to 7, erection of 3 dwelling houses at Tondergie Road, Isle of Whithorn. Mr. Murray.
Thank you, Chair. This is an application for planning permission in principle for the erection of 3 dwelling houses at Tondergie Road, Isle of Whithorn. Members will note from the planning history of the site was an equivalent application for 3 houses previously in 9. Much of this report refers to that. Well, take you through images. That's an aerial view of the Isle of Whithorn showing the site, really to show you the context of the harbour and how the Isle of Whithorn as a village sits around the harbour and how important the harbour area and surroundings are. Character of the Isle of Whithorn as a whole. Also reasonably point out here in this slide, this shows the extent of the outstanding conservation area in the Isle of Whithorn, which again has been designated to accentuate the particular character village surrounding the harbour itself, important people, village. This is a view of the site. This is a view of the access road towards the site itself. At the moment, it's an unsurfaced private access. The dwelling house you see on the right is the new dwelling house that was approved in 2010, built by the same applicant. That's now complete. This is just a closer view again, showing the access road. The road that splits off to the right would be the route that the proposed access road would take to the proposed dwelling houses. The road going straight ahead of you accesses the existing house that you see in the distance, others beyond. This is a view of the site from the southeast, adjacent to the dwelling house you just see in the left of the image there. That's Port Briar Croft. That's looking up the hill on the site. You'll note from the report that the site slopes up from the access road towards the skyline there. Again, that's just a view from the same point at a slightly different angle. Trying to show the whole of the site at the moment. Just to point out that the residential caravan shown in that view on site for temporary use during the construction of the original dwelling house, that has now been removed. This is a view from the top of the site, from the high part of the site, looking back across the harbour and the town itself, again to give you some idea of context. This is a view across the site from that high point. That would be plot 4. That would be the highest point on the site, as indeed would the plot on which I'm standing when I took that view, plot 3. This is a view of the site from the harbour. You'll see just left of centre in that view, you'll see the existing house. That's Port Briar Croft, the grey stone house. The application site is the green space on the skyline between it and the existing white houses that you see. That might be slightly clearer in this view, which is zoomed in from the same point. Again, the application site is the green space between the grey individual house, existing white dwelling house, right, which of course includes the recently completed dwelling house. Sits back into existing development in that view. This is a view from Main Street, again, just showing you a view towards the site across the harbour from a slightly different aspect. Again, similar across the harbour site. Sorry, this is a repeat. This is just a view of the private access looking back towards the public road. Junction with the public road has already been formed to adoptable standards in terms of the approval for the existing dwelling house on the left there. You'll note from the report that the roads officer advises that an adoptable road would be required if this proposal was to go ahead. Well exceeds the normal 2 houses before it triggers the need for an adoptable house, an adoptable road, apologies. And I would also perhaps point out at this stage that there are practical difficulties apparently with the formation of an adoptable road, either as shared surface or as a conventional layout, with a potential pinch point roundabout where I'm standing in that view. However, notwithstanding these practical issues which could possibly be overcome, from a planning perspective, it's considered that the introduction of an adoptable road, both in itself and in combination with the 3 houses, failed to preserve or enhance the tax. Because the road itself, with all the associated lighting, street furniture, signage, etc., would have impact in its own right. These are indicative plans. Clearly, they're indicative at this stage because principle only. These are indicative elevations of houses, lot layout left of those. So the recommendation is used for the reasons set out.
Mr. Murray, any questions for the officer at this point? No? We have one speaker on this item, Mr. Fallis. Fallis, you have 3 minutes.
Thanks for the opportunity. The application is an in-principle application. application. And what we note in the consultation responses from landscape architect and the conservation of no problem in principle with the development of the site. It seems as if their reservations against this are based upon the perception that because of an adopted road, it's going to be heavily engineered, there's going to be lamps. It's just been pointed out to you. And that's where there are objections to that particular impact. Now, we have tried to design the road that's been submitted for the mitigate the impact of the standard official. Because we do accept that in a location like this is not appropriate. Tried to get something that takes away the heavy engineering, the over-engineering that our standards have. Tried to adopt best practice in the government's guidance in such like designing streets, designing places. Following the posting of the comments on the website, we did make a submitted a revised scheme that had previously got tacit acceptance by roads in respect to the 09 application, one that we're willing to take on board subject to conditions. But it would appear that no comments within this report relate to that provision. With regards to the aspect of the lamp standards, we want to avoid your standard galvanised steel pole sticking up. What's being promoted is a similar scheme is being accepted, hopefully will be accepted by the council, effective a development for 7 houses off by this wall, whereby in approving it, condition was attached relating to bollard type lighting aspect of it, thereby taking away the actual physical structure and managing it, again in best practice. It's been dark skies or safety point of view, but simply
30 seconds, Mr. Farmers.
Area. So that's the sort of lighting that we're seeking. With regards to the impact of the dwelling, illustrative layout, worked out that ridge lines for them will be no higher than the property at Fort Briar Croft and at Tinnabrua. You saw in the slides, there's a sort of tiering of development up the hill there, and indeed there are higher, more conspicuous properties, which is the skyline to the rear of this particular application.
Wind up now,
don't
please.
think those issues are insurmountable and subject to approval can be accomplished.
Fallis. Any questions for Mr. Fallis at this stage? Councillor Thompson. Ted Thompson.
Mr. Fallis, you're actually saying that looking at this question the street is less. Could you expand a little?
Obviously, the issue of light pollution and the sort of standard lamp standards that are conspicuous in areas. The roads engineers have a predilection for that sort of arrangement. Something they're happy with, something they're content with. Now, the national guidance that I've referred to, the signing street, is being promoted by the government as best practice across Scotland. Council roads departments are expected to support. And again, these promote this idea that smaller bollard arrangements can provide necessary safety and getting away, mitigating the huge great structures there, so the thing has less visual impact in its own right during daylight and similarly overnight time. And here, the application site itself is within the established boundaries of the site itself, and there's a whole line of standard street lighting thrown up anyhow. So we can overcome the concerns that councils have, potential impact, mitigating that
Combe.
Thank you, Chair. Mr. Fallon, is there not a risk that boiler-type lighting will direct the light upwards rather than downwards?
Again, it's associated with the actual design of the units themselves. They can be cold, they can be, you know, as things evolve and as this as an issue, you know, light pollution gains a greater degree of awareness, then there are better designs coming forward with regards to quality and efficiency itself, as well as the cowling and crowding them light effect higher, okay on shiny surfaces where significantly less than 5 or 6 being in the street. See, the similar units as council have required, for instance, at less council itself respective
Thank you. Mr. Powers, could you elaborate a bit more on what you said regarding the physical impact of the ridge line?
Yes, what we've proposed, as I say, that the designs that we've put forward are illustrated perfectly. They're similar to the one that's already been constructed, and the idea would be to use much natural materials to do it as possible, feature stonework, slated roofs, which is in line with the suggestions of the conservation as well as the landscape architect thought that incorporation of such materials would help mitigate the itself. With regards to the relative light, the level, as I say, we're promoting single-storey properties themselves, and ridge line for the units would be consistent with established ridge line at Port Briar Croft, which, as you're looking up from the harbour, is that single house site, and the other property, Tinnabrook, which is part of the rest of the cluster of houses, part of. Yes, there we go. You would see that the ridge line, Port Briar Croft on the left-hand side, is slightly higher than Tinnabrook itself, but they're still less than the properties that you see, you know, to the rear of that, because as Tonic across the headland, it's actually raised itself. So you've got this sort of hearing effect of the property itself, and what we're submitting and contending that appropriately designed dwelling houses actually tie in the general floor heights and will not look as out of place itself, and can lend itself, contribute to the general area as part of that sort of development that's occurred up the site itself. Certainly no more intrusive established. See sort of asymmetric pictures. Some might see them as when they're standing.
Okay, no more questions for Mr. Ballas. Thank you, sir. You can take your seat. We're in session. Councillor Geddes. Sorry, Councillor, just hold on a second. Robert,
Chair, it was just to re-emphasise the point, we're dealing with an application for planning and permission in principle here. The kind of extent, if you like, of the application set it at 1.6 in the report, and obviously we can only go on the basis of the information submitted with. If there are matters of details once brought forward, I'd suggest that Mr. Barton actually makes an application for those details done yet, and then we could properly assess them and consult them and provide some firm conclusions in the report, which we haven't done in this case. The concern is we're starting to discuss matters of detail that are sharp parts.
Councillor Geddes.
Thanks very much indeed, Chairman. For the record, let me say that I was one of those that voted, in fact, in favour of the grant of planning application. The particular house that see there when it came before the committee on December 2010. I'm delighted that the slide has been kept up because, as far as I'm concerned, Chairman, iconic is a word which very often is overused and sometimes abused. But I would suggest in these circumstances, I think that the word iconic can be used for that view. And in my opinion, quite clear on this. I think Mr. Murray has set out the salient points in his report, and in particularly in relation, Chairman, to 5.1, given the proposed ground of refusal. The proposed development would neither preserve nor enhance the special character and appearance of the Isle of Whitthorn outstanding conservation area of which it forms a part, and would have a material adverse effect on an area of local environmental importance, would not conform with or enhance the inherent character and layout of the locality. As far as I'm concerned, sir, these sentiments resonate entirely with me. The principle of development at this location. No compunction in the circumstance, moving in fact to adopt the recommendation contained in the report to refuse this.
Any other questions? Any other debate? Go.
Thank you, Chair. I would just like to draw attention to page 59, comment of Council Landscape Architect, specifically paragraph E. To me, it appears to be something of a divergence between the landscape architect interpretation and that of the officer. Landscape architect is pointing out, provided the development is contained within the gap and if an appropriate design is unlikely to have a major impact on land setting. That strikes me as very highly subjective comment. Slide you have in front of you.
Obviously, I think what the landscape architect is doing is whereas the actual recommendation of refusal is wider those aspects. So whilst our landscape architect is legitimately his aspect, case of wider view.
Councillor Dryburgh.
Thanks, Aaron. Just looking at that actual slide, I mean, iconic view. As a lot of Dumfries and Galloway, and I've said that many times with some of the photographs that were actually here in Planning Application Committee. I've got absolutely no doubt that Alistair will know this area really well. He's been involved in previous applications and stick by what he said at that time. I've got no compunction with Alistair making that motion. Second it to go along with the recommendation within the report.
I have a motion to accept the recommendations in the report. Is anyone otherwise?
No, I'm no otherwise minded, Chair, but I'd like to make a comment. Sometimes we're filling up open space and not always taking in consideration of views and around the area, just because we didn't live there. And I think there's some appropriate comments in here regarding triple SI and what else in the area. And I think we've got to remember these things.
Thank you. Anyone otherwise minded?
Committee has
We move on to item number 8, change of use of land to form caravan site, erection of toilet block and boathouse, erection of wind turbine 25.5 metres base to tip, installation of septic tank and reed bed, and erection of dwelling house, Wigtown Harbour, Wigtown, Newton Stewart. Mr. Murray.
Yes, thank you, Chair. Chair, you described it as an application This is an aerial view of the site. Site stands out quite well in that view because it's the light coloured area in the centre of the view. Access road to it again, lightly coloured. So that is Wigtown Harbour, tides in that view. So Bladnoch looks brown. This is a view of the proposed caravan site area from the south. So the caravan site is the flat area to the south of the harbour jetty itself. At the moment it's just an open grassed area. Again, that's a view just further round on the same area. You'll note picnic tables on the left, and there is some existing small shrubby type growth and bunds to the rear of the site. This is an application, an image from the southwest, again looking over the proposed small caravan site area, the river and harbour. This is a view looking back at that same caravan site area. That would accommodate the 4 caravan site plots. And that view, the proposed toilet block, would be left-hand corner of that site. Again, small tree growth. This is a view looking over part of the harbour itself towards the proposed house site. See the access road coming into the harbour just centre, and that proposed house would sit just to the left of that. Sorry, to the right of that access road. Again, where you see some tree growth there. That's a closer view of the house site looking from the harbour car park. Dead centre. The house would be dead centre. This is a closer view of the proposed house site road from the other direction. The view approaching the harbour, so the house in that view would be on the left. Small caravan site would be in the distance right on the other side of the bund. Closer view of the proposed house site from that aspect. And again, looking back up the access road itself. Location and site plans. Again, you'll see bottom left-hand corner, the proposed 4 caravans lined along the edge of the harbour area. Just above that and slightly to the left, the proposed toilet block. And above that to the north, the proposed house on the other side of the access road. This is the proposed house design. There are no issues with the proposed design. Principle as far as floor plans of the house. This is elevations and floor plan of the proposed toilet block and boathouse, and detail of the proposed wind turbine. So the recommendation is to refuse for the reasons noted in the report.
Mr. Murray, any questions, Peace Officer? We have one speaker. We have Mr. Alan Wykes. Wykes, if you come forward and give your presentation, please. Mr. Wykes, you've got 3 minutes.
Thank you. Morning, ladies and gentlemen. Yes, my name's Alan Wykes. I live at the Maidland Farm at Wigtown, and within the title of Maidland Farm, also in the harbour. Right, down to the harbour, one thing that hasn't been shown on those photographs, we have wetlands either side of the access. The ones on the left going down were ones I constructed myself. I've done quite a history of conservation work in wetlands and ponds. That's within the farm, the ones on the left. Ones on the, the right, which is at the top grey mottled field on that plan, they are owned by the Wigtown Bay Wildfowl Club. I am the person responsible for looking after those wetlands, regards checking, controlling the water levels and the general management. And I do this alongside council rangers. As I say, I've got quite an interest in that, and some of the objections we've had are that I will let my dogs and cats roam free over there, which is a silly suggestion, because I will not do that. Next point is objections as regards caravans on the site. But what folks don't realise, we get quite a lot of caravans, as it is, coming in at all times of the day and night to park on the harbour, stop overnight. The big concern is there's no toilets, no facilities down there, and the main problem is waste. There's no facilities for rubbish, and also we get a lot of dog walkers. There's no facilities at the harbour to control any waste. You'll see all the hedge bottoms are filled with plastic bags of various types. We pick up an awful lot as best we can, but it is one concern of ours that if we can be living down at the harbour, which is the one reason I would like to move to the new house, as my son would like to take over the farm. Now, another objection is flooding. Although the harbour is in a floodplain, the whole area just
You've 30 seconds, Mr.
Is built up fairly well, and it doesn't suffer from any flooding. There has been previous buildings down at the harbour, and there was a house halfway down the harbour road. As regards wildfowling, I'm secretary of the Wigtown Bay Wildfowlers, and I am also a warden and a landowner, part of our land into the LNR. So we're well up to speed with all what's happening in the LNR.
Could you wind up, please, Mr.
I would like to just encourage more boating or boats at the harbour, and also the passing places. I wouldn't like to include a passing place. Trees there, we will ones that got to be removed.
You're going to have to stop.
Yep.
Any questions, Councillor Geddes?
Yes, thanks very much, Chairman. Can you give us some more information, Mr. White's proposed operation of 4 caravans on the site where planning granted seems itself a comparatively small number?
Yes, we don't want to get a large operation. Mainly something to control a lot of the existing caravans there. And also, we do get caravans down there every day, but because there's no facilities, would be an amenity for Wigtown caravan.
Thank you. Can I, with your leave, Chairman, can I put another question to you? And please do not take offence. If it were put to you that, you know, the real object of the exercise is to afford you the facility to build a house there, and caravans, as it were, are basically ancillary to that desire, how would you rebut that claim?
I've always wanted to control, but tidy the harbour. We put efforts into the harbour, clean the slipways, and tidy the hedges. I've always encouraged the harbour. Years we've owned the harbour, we've always encouraged and facilities, groups having functions down there. I've always had wanted involved. We feel that if did live down, control things a lot better, small number of caravans, it would be really be
Mr. Wicks, just clarify for me, was this proposal for static caravans or touring caravans?
Sorry, no, just touring caravans, not static.
Councillor Witts.
Thank you, Chair. Mr. Wicks, I'm interested in what you're saying about your plans for the harbour. However, it seems that the council archaeologists wondering how you tell me more about rebut what the council archaeologists say. What was it?
I'm not really sure on why they're showing concerns on that. The harbour has been updated to quite a nice area, but as I say, there's no facilities. Not really sure why they are objecting on that. You know, there's no archaeological before 1880 harbour, that was a new construction. So with regard to the castle that was in the field behind, in the days of the castle, there was nothing there harbour. It would probably be just mud from that. So with regard to the old buildings on the harbour, most of them seem to have had a very short life. Timber concerned with boat building, possibly. But I cannot remember any buildings, although I've been using the harbour back in the 70s. As I say, I, like a lot of local people, Wigtown contributed restoration. And that's it. But I think there's very little long-term, archaeological harbour couldn't have existed.
Councillor McComb.
Thank you, Chair. Could we go back to the slide which showed the harbour? One of the early. Thank you. Yeah, that one will do. Notice the wooden poles. These poles are above harbour level for times of the year when it floods.
You got a question here, Jim?
I have indeed. I'm coming to the question. Okay. Now, most of the flooding tends to be on the far side of the area which is travelling. So there must obviously be a different height between the grassy area, caravan, and the area which regularly. Tell us.
I'm afraid I haven't taken level specific number, but I have never known the grass area flood, even in the high tide. Talking about an area a lot higher than, say, White around the area in the back of that photograph where the car is, that is hardstanding, quite a considerable area, and lower towards the far end does flood there right down to the quay, floats down to the quay. Flood has been known to cross right at the back of, to the bund at the back. That has also caused a number of times people have been down there with cars and campers, stayed, parked there, and gone up into Wigtown, and the big midnight day tide back. Certainly around. This is the fact. There's no. We can't be there all the time, and try and help folks as much as I can. Feel that I'd like to be able to help folks living there and say, give a lot more assistance.
Councillor Maitland.
Thank you, Mr. White. I wonder if you could just give us a little bit of information about your business plan, which doesn't give us really an explanation of why we have to have a development right here, and that's what the policy requires indicates.
Quite right.
So I'd like to ask you why we haven't got that information to help us justify why this should be.
Fine. We don't intend to have an intensive business there. We tend to have a presence to just assist folks. We have a lot of holiday makers come and go. A lot of folks drive down to the harbour, see there's nothing there, nothing of interest, turn around and go back. A lot of folks do stop, have their lunch, lot of folks walk down and walk the dog. And of course that's another concern, there's no facility for dog waste or anything. Big annoyance, folks gather it up in a plastic bag and throw it over the hedge. We'd like to enhance the harbour, tidy the harbour, have a presence on folks and help there. The harbour really needs a bit of development. We've had one councillor that has campaigned for years to have toilets down the harbour. And I've said, a good idea, but no, unless there's a presence there to keep them tidy, that they'll just degenerate. Also, at the far end, we've got the bird hall, which is a big amenity, bird watching, and it's very important. But of course, because there's no presence in the harbour, nobody at night, it suffered vandalism and rubbish as well. So we're hoping that we could have a presence there to be able to control the area a lot better as regards rubbish and vandalism. Will improve the harbour area.
Could I just point of clarification on the question of flooding for members? It's not, the crux of the issue is not whether or not an area is known to have flooded or anyone has knowledge of an area flooded. Advice we are operating on from SEPA and our own flood risk management team is to a large extent predictive, taking account of climate change, etc. They're predicting a probability level of flooding for that area.
Any other questions for Mr. Wake? Thank you very much, sir. We're in session. Geddes.
Well, can I preface my remarks by saying so that some of the views from this location are just as iconic as the views I referred to in the previous occasion. Let me assure you that I'm never going to be biased. The issue, as far as I'm concerned, is that this is a grossly no question. There has been over the years, indeed I can remember in a previous life being involved in the 1980s under employment programs and work being carried out. And I think, quite frankly, there is ability here to enhance the use of the facility, make much better use of it than ever been past. That, as far as I'm concerned, will have to be done extremely sensitively indeed. And you'll recollect of it when it came up, meeting of the Royal Borough of Whiting District Community Council some length of time ago. There was a robust discussion. End of the day, that was the point. The community council, a significant majority of the community council came to conclude that they would have no objection to appropriate form of development, provided it was sensitive and respected area. Now, I'm not as well informed in relation to Mr. White's business proposals as I hope I would be after the questioning session. I think, with the greatest respect, that he hasn't done himself any favours in not being more specific, more precise. It has been put to me, to be honest about it, I pose the question without wishing to give Mr. White's any offence in any circumstances. Is this not a case of a few caravans, touring caravans, being tagged onto supposedly where it otherwise wouldn't have gone? And that, as I say, is not meant to be offensive, but that to me is arguably the main nub of the issue. Because, despite what Mr. Murray says about flooding, if you look at the report carefully, SEPA, for instance, make the point that yes, but there's no reason why that can't be mitigated. Appropriate works. So I think that these are not, they're capable of being overcome. But what I would, I appreciate that, not all members necessarily have visits. I would be prepared, from a procedural point of view, to suggest, in fact, might wish to have a site visit to this location, have Mr. Wykes and whoever else see in fact if we get a better understanding of what we're proposing, and thereafter determine my understanding, in fact, is that there may also be issues as to whether or not, I know we've got to deal, Chairman, with what's in front of us, that there may be issues as to whether or not, in fact, the provision of a wind turbine is, in fact, no longer an element of the scheme, albeit it's still included in the plan. So I would suggest, sir, have, in fact, a site visit. Hopefully, at the end of which will be much better what Mr. White's proposing to do.
Driver.
Thanks very much, Chair. I mean, I've had a look through the report itself and looking at the Council's countryside development of 7 to 230. Considerable amounts of public funding has been spent on rebuilding and upgrading the harbour over recent years. And it also goes on to think about, Japanese knotweed is actually in there, but there's also a core path which goes through there as well. And there's lots of things. I'm not quite certain looking at the pictures that I'm getting the full 360-degree point of that. So if Alistair's, making a suggestion of actually defer the application pending a site visit, I'm quite happy to second that, because I think there is something that can be done here that could actually improve the situation overall and make sure that the money that was spent in the past, the council, is actually better utilised.
Maitland?
Is this procedural issue? Quite clearly on the ground, I counted up last time about 12 policies which this act does not comply. And I think, given what we're looking at, this application just don't.
Thompson. Ed Thompson.
Thank you, Chair. I think the matter in front of us grounds for using that actually I don't think it's been satisfactorily demonstrated that house this application. In fact, I think it's clear that house isn't. I also think poses some issues. My own view is that we should actually use as a
Which?
Thank you, Chair. I was going to second again. Done. However, if I could get my tuppence worth, I would like to have some knowledge of harbour. Can't quite get.
We have a motion for site visit. Fellas in, Paula?
Sorry.
Councillor Maitland?
Well, I'm in your hands, Cameron. Don't know whether there's anybody suggest that my proposal not to go on the site visit, we need to do it. So I suppose I'm suggesting to you that we need to find out second not to go on the site visit. There are. We know where we're going.
My mistake. I thought Councillor Thompson.
No, I think he's moved something different.
Moved something different. Have you got a seconder?
Yeah, I second that. I think, and I'll also support Councillor Thompson. I think the issue of a site visit is not a
Yeah.
Well, they're not being taken together. It's only like that. Right. I'll second the refusal to site visit. Come back.
Okay, we'll take a vote now.
Right. We have a motion proposed by Councillor Geddes, seconded by Councillor Driver, to defer consideration and a motion proposed by Councillor Maitland, seconded by Councillor not to defer. Councillor I hope
I'll go for the motion.
Councillor Maitland. Councillor Driver.
Motion.
Motion.
Councillor Maitland.
Amendment.
Councillor
Motion.
Councillor McComb.
Motion.
Councillor McKee. Councillor Tate.
Motion.
Councillor Stephen Thompson.
Motion.
Councillor
Amendment.
Councillor
Motion.
Yeah. So that would be 9 votes to go and defer consideration for site visit and 3 votes to consider.
Okay, defer the thing for the site visit. Okay.
This application is deferred.
Thank you. Move on to item 9. Sorry,
Chair,
Councillor Geddes.
Chair, I appreciate the direct pressures, but would it be possible to have it before most of them, number of them.
I would hope that's the case.
It'll depend on council diary and availability of members, obviously. There is a meeting on the 11th of July before the recess. So in theory, if we can find a slot in the diary to have the visit before, then this application could go back to the 11th of July. Failing that, it would be the end of August. I'll talk with my colleagues.
Ideas will do their best. Item 9 agenda is erection of multi-species abattoir, installation of associated wastewater treatment works and drainage ponds, formation of car parking and upgrading of access road at Cairnyard Quarry, Dalbeatty. What were they?
Okay, thank you. Just a little bit of background. It's obviously major development proposal. Large, well, because the site area exceeds 2 hectares. The applicant could have had a smaller site area, wouldn't have constituted major development, but the applicant wanted to go pre-application procedure with the local community to share information, to gauge opinion, and adapt the plans. So that's the process that's been gone through before the application submitted. Major application. It's a rural brownfield site around 0.7 kilometres to the west of Dalbeatty and adjacent to the River Air. Although the site's been vacant since around 2001, benefits from a Class 5 general industrial. The previous use never been abandoned, vacant. So, because it was used for many decades in association with the adjacent quarry at Craig. Therefore, the principle of industrial development is firmly established. The assessment of the proposal, therefore, relates in the main to the matters that are set out in paragraph 4.6. 4.6, sorry. Just take you through the slides now. That's a layout plan focusing on the actual compound area where the new building will be located. new building in the centre shot. The brown areas, the inward yard, bringing stock in. Green areas are the outward areas. The building to the top left there, the grey building, that's an existing building that was retained as part of this proposal. The whole compound will be enclosed by a 1.8 metre high security fence, and on that plan, the hatched blue line that you see around the top perimeter, again on the right, that indicates the maximum extent of the predicted flood level. That's zooming out really, showing the site in a wider context. The dark areas indicate rotation. Proposed new building there. In the bottom of the site compound, that's an amended location for proposed sewage plant, and on the right, just above the river, winding around the right hand side of the site there, proposed amended suds, ponds, outfall. That's detailed, proposed, improved that existing access onto the 745. Different colours indicate tarmac areas, improvement with hardcore blue areas, improved geometry, grass. That's a bit of a detailed one, but that's a drainage layout showing better detail the predicted flood level, hatched blue again, essentially showing that none of the development of the site would be below maximum flood level. That's the proposed new building, functional in appearance, fairly typical of the building, clad, profile metal sheeting, Yorkshire boards and blockwork around the base. And that's the building and the retained building in a context, showing a section through the site. So if you take the top image, that's the banking to the left is the steep bank running down from the A745 through the site, right, drop to the river section. The steep bank down from the road towards the site. Now, these images are provided by the agent. Taking my showing before and after scenario. That's the existing situation. Looking down the steep embankment referred to 745. The grey areas there, the yard area, top crushed granite. There are buildings in there. That's the proposed situation with the pointed out the proposed new building superimposed onto that yard. That's the existing situation taken just on the western periphery of Derby, looking across the high school playing field towards the site, just about centre there, above the grass playing field. Proposed situation. This is the most elevated position that gives the best vantage point back towards the site. This is from the road that leads from Dalbeaton, looking back across Meikle Dalbeaton Farm that you can see in the left foreground, looking towards the site. You can probably just about make out in the trees there on the horizon, below the summit there is Cairnyard. And that's a proposed situation. Wording there, proposed development is across the quarry, proposed building, ground above the river. Now these are photographs I've taken of the site. That's the existing access off the public road, rising up there on the left. The access into the site is the centre, like funnel, private tracking. Flip it round, that's looking in the opposite direction towards the traffic light control. Similar, first one. Better, closer. and along that track, come into the site compound there, distance, panning right slightly, vegetated down to the riverbank. Now this is coming right into the site compound. That's the existing building that will be retained as part of this proposal. Northern element of the build. That's an existing building that will be demolished to make way for the proposed new building. Panning left from that across the yard, back towards the access into the site. That's looking out towards from the site compound. That's a previously made up area from quarried material disposal on site and filled up the level. That will be partially removed, so the maximum extent you see then, right foreground, will be reduced back. Level will be dropped to just above the maximum flood level, studs pond store in that area. That's an elevated view back across the northern part of the site, beyond the existing build, from point up on the embankment below the wider panel, what trees around periphery and beyond. And this is down by the river where the anglers come bank to bank, demonstrating the level of maturity of the tree form right along the riverbank there. That's a view in the opposite direction. And that's looking back towards the compound, the higher level above those former bays that were created in the former quarry. Panning left from that track back up to the site compound. All the consultees have expressed satisfaction with the proposal. Both SEPA and Council's Flood Risk Management Team originally responded negatively to the proposal, resulting in the proposed sewage plant, suds ponds positions being amended. They've since then revised their response and expressed satisfaction. To conclude, I refer you to paragraph 4.2, which sets out the positive benefits the proposal will bring about to the site and to the wider area. Assessment of the proposal therefore relates to the report discusses all material matters and finds that the proposal is acceptable.
Any questions for these officers? Deal with them first. Anything? Which?
Yeah, I merely wish to ask the river height.
My understanding with the River Aire, and there will be those present that know it a lot better than me, would be it's probably tidal to the lowest historic bridge, one downstream of the application site, but I stand to be corrected.
I think the point just raised there about the river being tidal prompts me to ask whether at this stage, could I ask for a site visit? I think if you read the report, before we hear the applicant or objector, I think the whole nub of the report is talking about levels, flood risks, relation to the river. Councillor Richards pointing out the tidal element. Now, rather than getting into debate today, it's possible to go on a site visit first, because we can see firsthand. And I'd rather suggest that now than the applicant and the objector talking about these very issues, and then we might decide to go on a site visit. I'd rather do it the other way about if that is possible. And that allows us to consider the application without prejudice.
Maitland?
You won't be surprised that I look at 4.8, I look at SEPA and the Council's Flood Risk Management Team, who have expressed satisfaction with the amended arrangement. I think we need to be completely clear about why it is that we think, as members, we need to go trailing round the region in a bus to find out what we need to find out. And we need to be completely clear to explain to applicants and objectors what it is we want to know. I think we're getting kind of into the habit of getting into a bus rather than doing the work beforehand, really considering what it is that we need to know. Because I don't follow with respect to flooding from this report why it is we need to get into a bus and go round the region.
But with all due respect to Councillor Maitland, we're here to make a decision either in favour of the applicant or in favour of objectors. And if going on a site visit helps us to make that decision, so much the better. It's not for the benefit of councillors planning permissions, it's for the benefit of the public and the person make the application. If you don't want to go on a visit, that's up to you.
Can I suggest that if you do want to go for a visit, you make that decision after you've heard the representation? Two reasons. One, they may raise issues you would want to look at on site. And secondly, it's obviously an inconvenience to bring them back to a further meeting. So for those two reasons, I would suggest that you hear what they have to say and then decide as to whether or not you wish to go for site.
Members happy with that? Agreed. Okay. No further questions for case officer. We'll move on to presenters. And Pauline Warner on behalf of Dalbeattie petition signatories. Pauline Warner, please. You have 5 minutes.
Sent the information. And fascination flood. Not run a small business. The action against our group organised one which was not allowed. On which and some regulars. Some objected, so I didn't want to sign the petition.
Warner, could you speak up a bit, please?
Sorry.
Because they're sitting near the microphone because some of the members are indicating.
Sorry. It has been very divisive in the community. The petition was rejected by the council as it was collected before the actual plans were submitted. I found this out at a very late date, Tuesday, 2 days before the deadline, so put together a second petition that did meet the criteria. On the Wednesday, several other people took a copy of the petition and got some signatures. It was a very wet and windy day. It was also the day of Mr. Thatcher's funeral. We felt we couldn't go out and knock on people's doors and had other commitments to do. Things that the petition objected to were, the second petition objected to were extra traffic, extra noise, road safety concerns, risk to wildlife from waste discharges and floods, smells from storing, transporting and spreading waste, impact of appearance of landscape, and it being too close to Dalbeattie High School and the boundary of the proposed new school. Many of the people who signed the original petition would not have been aware it had been rejected or that there was a second petition. While looking at information about submitting a petition, I discovered a problem with the data protection issues on the reapplication consultation report and objection and support letters. I contacted planning and the whole of the reapplication consultation report was taken off the website from Tuesday until after the deadline for objections. It was back on the site on the 19th. So people looking at the site for the last 2.5 days prior to the deadline had a big gap in the information available to them. This may have had an effect on the number of people who wrote letters of objection or support. There have also been problems with the website over the last weekend and this morning. Quote from the pre-application consultation document from the developers, quote, as there is known to be a strong public opinion relating to this proposal, the initial 2-day consultation event was held to gather information from the public as to what their concerns were regarding these proposals, unquote. I'd like to add that the first meeting didn't have any proposals, just a map of the site.
guidelines for organising a meeting do state that the meeting should have included at least an outline of the proposals. Dumfries and Galloway Food Cooperative did publish a list of the concerns and answered to some, but not all of the questions on Dalbeattie Initiative website. Not all people have access to the website. A letter of objection was also published, but soon removed as Quality Meat Scotland threatened to sue the website. Many people feel the outcome is a foregone conclusion, and the headline on the front of the local paper last Thursday was, quote, "Abattoir plans to get the go-ahead," unquote. I've also got my own objections, which I've applied for 2 slots, and these, should I continue?
No, if you just stop there, Warner. Are there any questions at this point? Continue another 5 minutes, if that's okay. Just whenever you...
These are my own objections, not on behalf of Action Against Abattoir. I feel that the council based the decision not to have an environmental impact assessment on inadequate information, some of which was inaccurate. I detailed this in my objection letter. An EIA could have identified issues, informed planning decision, and given a baseline to measure deterioration or improvement. National Scenic Area. The council has ignored the fact that the river crosses into the East Stewartry Coast National Scenic Area 1 mile downstream. The council's own literature about this area points out that there's a requirement that planning authorities take particular care to ensure that new development in or adjacent to an NSA does not detract from the quality or character of the landscape. The river is a central point of this development. And I'd like to point out that it does say adjacent to. Other planning issues have made much more of a point of this. But SNH, Scottish Natural Heritage, and the Council have ignored lots of issues, I feel. Protected species, for example, otters, kingfishers, bats, have been ignored, although I do understand there might be a bat survey now. Salmon, the SNH website stresses the importance of protecting and enhancing natural habitats for salmon. The potential risk to the river from waste, and SNH appears to be ignoring its own guidelines and the law on protecting wildlife. Why? Flooding. The river floods often on an annual basis, sometimes 2 or 3 times a year. The information that the council has provided seems to be conflicting and misleading. When I asked to see a flood risk assessment, I was referred to the RPS report dated the 5th of the 4th, 13. I inquired whether there was a more recent assessment, and I was told that there had never been a second report. I also feel that the pictures of the site plan, one of which you've seen earlier, the map, is misleading because the main map doesn't include the position of the, or doesn't show the position of the settlement ponds. I feel that the council that members of the planning committee need to ask, is there actually a flood risk assessment that covers all the points needed, which have been outlined by the flood risk management team prior to their removal of their objections. Need to consider the impact of tides. It is tidal up to the bridge and probably beyond. The effect of the tide is that on a high tide it makes water back up and increase the risk of flooding and increase the height of floodwaters. Also needs to be consideration of debris, boulders, tree trunks, silt, sticks, gravel, etc. in floods. How will this impact on the settlement ponds? The plan to remove part of the existing land to use as building material, thereby lowering the land I can't understand how lowering the level of the pools will make them less likely to flood. I tried to send photographs of areas which actually showed flooding. I tried to send them to councillors last night, but I don't know how much success I had because my internet was blocked. What about the surface, when the surface of the river freezes, which it has once in my memory? What about low water in summer? It gets very low. What effect will this have on the discharge? What about bank erosion? What about reed beds? Will new species of plants and water life be introduced? If so, what will the possible impact on natural wildlife, especially if the pool floods?
You 30 seconds.
Yeah, I haven't covered half of what I wanted to cover. There are issues about traffic and road safety. The information from the developer said that there would be no increase in traffic and from the roads. However, it's from a site that has never been used for 10 years. Therefore, there was no traffic before. The photographs you've shown don't show the steep access road. We will have a lot of loss of amenity if there is odour and noise. We're already getting noise. The focus of the planning committee report is that it would improve the area. I can't understand how this is. I think it's important.
I'm going to have to stop you there. I've had more than your 5 minutes.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much. Any questions for the lady? No? Okay, thank you. You can take your next. Ian Wilbur. Ian Wilbur. That's switched on, sir. You have 5 minutes.
Thank you. My objections to the abattoir being built at Cairnyard Quarry are based on the risk of pollution to the river, unpleasant odours, and the increased traffic volume. First, the possibility of pollution to the river. Scottish Water are spending millions of pounds on the new sewage treatment works for Dalbeattie. They turned down an application to pump the effluent to the new works because it did not have the capacity to take the additional flows from the abattoir without a redesign that would cost thousands to do. Yet it appears that the designers for the abattoir can build a plant on the site for a fraction of the cost. Will it have the same retention capacity to store effluent when the plant breaks down? Will there be 24/7 maintenance to react to equipment failures without polluting the river? The plans I have seen and the discussions I've had, I don't think so. And that is why I think there's a high risk of pollution in the future if the plans go ahead. Another major concern for local people is mitigation of smells from the plant. The cooperative are well aware of this, saying modern abattoirs are much better than the old ones. Would it not be sensible to invite the planning committee and a cross-section of the local community to visit a modern abattoir to prove and eliminate their concerns before planning is granted? With regards to the increased transport, it has been stated that when the crushing plant that operated on the site closed, then that traffic stopped. I disagree with this, as the quarry is still being used for different grades of crushed granite with the associated traffic involved. As I understand, there is still an estimated 40 years of material still available. Traffic was also increased in Dalbeattie with the volume of timber wagons that delivered to the sawmill. I believe that the majority of people in Dalbeattie don't object to the abattoir in the town. On the other side of the town, there is a landfill site and an underutilised industrial estate with wide purpose-built access roads available. It is the proposed site and the impact it could have on the environment which is causing concerns for me.
Thank you, sir. Any questions for Mr. Wilbur? No? Thank you, sir. You can take your seat. We now have 5 minutes.
Thank you. First of all, I think that we recognise the concerns that people of Dumfries have, but in terms of the traffic, the noise and the smell, I think the officer's report deals with them adequately, and there's enough robust conditions in there to mitigate against any problems. What I would like to do is pass over to Ken Asher, who will talk about the flooding and drainage that seems to be concerning everybody the most.
I'm really here just to emphasise the detail which this proposal is going, addressing in terms of the process with SEPA, and really just the response to any technical you have. Just taking the flood risk issue first, just to emphasise that there is actually a SEPA river gauging station physically on the site itself. Never usually have it this way. Site looking at the records for the last 50 years. Highest flood level in that time was 7.48 metres. You'll see in the report that the estimated maximum flood level in the 1 in 200 year return period flow, including climate change, is 8.5, healthily well above recorded maximum level. The river profile has been modelled of the and the discharge consent limits which are proposed by SEPA are based on the lowest flow level in the river in summer, and on the agreement that we would require discharge pipe into the channel of the river that it would not dry out the channel. In regards to treatment works side of things, I suggest to you that what we're trying to do here is provide the treatment work exemplar in terms of industrial sites in the area. It's going to be subject to a CAR application from SEPA approval process with them, which will entail submission of detailed proposals covering all the technical required. The plant is going to be designed, supplied, and operations supervised by both, who are industry leaders, have recently been involved in the upgrade of Dalbeattie work on the waterworks. The proposal is for an MBR DAF plant. I'm not going to go into too many technical details. DAF is basically dissolved air flotation. It's the screening and balancing of flows and provision of a storage tank system. MBR is a submerged membrane bioreactor, which is what provides the biomass. Now, we have examples of this in other places. The best example, an abattoir in Cornwall, which is Jasper's Treberley site, which has used it very successfully over the last few years. Now, the manufacturers point out that they will be able to recycle at least 40% of the effluent flow, use that for wash down and lairage, cleaning vehicles, etc. They actually claim that you could use it as drinking water. Now, I wouldn't like to put that test personally, but they're saying that it would be a very high quality of it. And that quality is considerably higher than the site. So this would be subject to discussion in the CAR process.
Just going back to some of the procedural public consultation that was raised earlier on, the first event was held with a very brief level of information because it was an additional event to what's actually required. Where the first two-day event to gauge public opinion and to get comments before we had the one that was actually required that showed the proposals. So it was to get more information before we started the design than to try and give no information at the start so we couldn't get any comments back. I'll just pass over to Maggie Gordon now, who will give you a bit of background on the co-op and their processes and thoughts.
Good afternoon. My name is Maggie Gordon. Because back and doing
30 seconds.
What we are doing. The reason for the project is based on strategy and good. Believe that supporting 6 both Dumfries and Galloway Council and providing a high quality of immediate medium term, present local or local
You
producers
wind up
keeping value.
Thank you. Questions for the Councillor Dryburgh?
Thanks very much. Can I come back to your, the car regulations and the effluent management system that you're actually going to be putting in place? I take it this is going to be a subcontract of the actual site run by a REVO, or is it going to be run by the management of the site? And what experience have you got within your own company of running this particular setup?
As I said, the plant would design, supply, build, then training, build, plant, the operative on site, supervise, come servicing, very much what happened.
Councillor Witt.
Thanks, Chair. I have 2 points. One is on about traffic charge. I take it that this charge ebb tide. River. And my second point, when
Yeah, sure. Effectively, no is the answer. We discussed earlier on the tidal limit of the Arc at the site. I don't know if it's where I would exactly put the line, but showing the ordnance survey show about halfway up the site. I've had that discussion with SEPA, really, because it's right at the tidal limit. The tide's going to make very little difference. That's why I was saying that discharge consent level is set specifically for river flow coming down the river.
Thank you for that. Other questions regarding access. It is rather familiar with that road, and it's quite coming from Castle Douglas and downhill. I wonder, I presume the engineering quite send.
Yeah, and that's why you'll have seen the slide that Dean put up of the site access improvements that are proposed. And these are really all about ensuring that vehicles leaving the site are at right angle to the road. Vehicles entering the site don't have to sweep out on the wrong side to come in. In fact, it's creating a large radius at the entrance, rebuilding the site access road for the first 50 or 60 metres in order to sweep it wider, flow in and out.
Councillor McCobb.
Thank you, Chair. We've heard considerable detail about water treatment and effluent discharge. What arrangements are going to be in place for odour control?
All the waste products go into a room within the plant where they are put into sealed skips. The sealed skips are then contained within the building for pickup. If there's any overflow needed on the storage of those, they will be going into that existing building that will be retained for that purpose, just storage of excess skips. They'll all be sealed, they'll not go across the yard open, everything will be done within the building and then moved in sealed containers from there.
Any other questions? Councillor Maitland.
Yes, the letter does make it quite clear SUD accommodate flood. I wonder, fact, under the 8.5 metre, there is a possibility the SUD
It's something I've had long debate with SEPA
I'm not sure that I quite understand the fascination of keeping suds ponds above a 1 in 200 flood level, because you'll understand 1 in 200 year event is so much water passing down the river, surface water drainage off a site going into that. It's absolutely trivial level of flow. Having said all that, I'm bashing my head against the brick wall because that's not how the system works. So we have to conform with CEQA's requirements. And so we went through this at great length. And there is a lower burden flow with suds ponds, 1 in 25 year return period, rather than, you understand it, if you're putting buildings on a site, clearly you have to have a huge level of factor of safety. The ponds, it's not with 1 in 200 year limit, it's with 5 year limit. We had long discussions with CEPA and the Council Flood Risk Management Team. And really what we were trying to do was trying to avoid our clients spending what would have been a huge amount of work on a detailed study of the river valley, not just the whole valley. And we used RPS specifically because they'd done some initial work on the high school and the building. So we had a lot of work in the vicinity, from which, coupled with having that gauging station on site, meant that rather than doing a hugely expensive theoretical study, there's been an element then of a simplified approach, taking the river gauge on site, looking at the river flows, looking at the history of the site, and applying a very big factor of safety. That's why I'm saying we converted from 7.48 historical high to this 8.5 metre level. Now, if we'd done the study, my suspicion is that there would be a huge amount of money spent, and we might have come out at the end with saying 8.35 or whatever. But it would have been very little different, but it would have been lower than the conservative figure picked. Now, the buildings on the site are way above that level. The lowest floor level of the building, over 3 metres higher than that level. So in the real world, there is no danger in terms of flooding of the operation of the site. You'll understand that flooding of an abattoir would be a rather lower risk occurrence than flooding of the school or the medical centre, which have been built in much lower elevation. Seem to be really a bit of a known problem. And we've gone round the houses, done all the work to satisfy both CEPA, flood risk management team. That's the case.
Thank you. Any other questions for Regent? Thank you very much. Please. We're in session. Councillor McCaughtrey.
Hi, Sir. I'm still of the opinion that a site visit would be beneficial. I don't think the photographs give you a good impression of the lie of the land, both within the site and the site's relationship to Beatty, where we've got a number of objections. I think the point raised by Councillor Witts is quite relevant as well. Those who don't know that road there, I think the road is worthy of inclusion in the site visit as well. I think in a major development like this, it could have could be a good development, it could have a bad effect on the area because of some of the objections that are in there. I think I want to get this one, make sure it's made to get it right. Poking the Beat area, and I don't think a site visit would
Councillor Witts.
Sorry to disappoint Councillor McCaughtrey. We told him. Not.
Councillor Driver.
And being consistent, I'll second Councillor McCaughtrey for a site visit.
Okay, technically the motion proposed by Councillor Nicholl, Councillor Moore, Councillor Driver,
Amendment.
Motion.
Motion.
Councillor McKee.
Amendment.
Motion.
Motion.
Okay. Session, gentlemen. Lady and gentlemen. Councillor Maitland.
Well, I think that having read all the information on the website and looked at the application, and I confess I do pass the site twice a day, I would like to suggest that I have sufficient information in this report to recommend that the committee accepts the recommendation here. I think it's an extremely exciting proposal. In addition to which, it's quite beside the point, it's not a planning matter, but the Director of Public Health has in his latest report called for a local side issue there. I would also suggest that it is a proposal that bodes well with what we're trying to do in this region, what structure and policy. And I do understand that there are concerns, but they have, to my mind, very significantly been allayed. And the particular issue about the flooding, I think, is quite detailed in that report, in the answers that's been given to us.
Councillor Thompson.
I actually concur with Maitland on this. You know, I think that what we have here is a well-structured report which gives us all the information. We've also had the benefit of actually hearing some detailed reports on how they would actually reject. I think it's actually a particularly well-engineered approach to what is
Councillor McKee.
Yeah, thanks, Chair. I think, as far as I was concerned, the big issue was reading this, I got the impression some discharge litter. But given what we said, it's got I'm quite comfortable.
I'll let you try it first. Councillor McCall.
Yeah. I'm not going to waste time moving against it because I know it'll win. But one thing I'd like to see is, can we put an additional condition in? The only road that's used for access to that site is the A745. Because what I don't want to see happening, once it's up and operational, that we're getting vehicles with animals and other resultant effluent travelling through Beattock to access that site. So can we put an access condition on the access to the site? Robert?
Chair, if I can answer that, can't control the use of the public road network by planning condition, unfortunately. We couldn't compel someone, for example, if we saw a lorry going by, we wouldn't know it was en route to the abattoir. The public road network is free for users to access it accordingly. So we couldn't put a planning condition on and reasonably enforce that.
Councillor Maitland.
I was going to say, every farmer with a sheep or a bullock in the back of the cart, that's countenance that proposal.
Any other? Tom, your mic's still on. Councillor Witt.
Thanks, Chair. I'll be happy to support concerns I had by the applicant.
Are we minded to approve this application?
We are.
Committee is determined to approve the application.
I think we should adjourn, recharge our batteries. We'll reconvene at 1:30. 1:30. Late. Declaration of interest again. Have either of you got any declaration of interest? Councillor.
Clearing interest for last year.
Thank you.
No
Okay.
items to declare at all.
Thank you. Right, we move on to item 10, erection of 85 metre high meteorological mast for a temporary period of 3 years at Auchen Castle, Money Eye.
Thank you, Chair. Just a quick update to the report. Paragraph 1.4, could you please omit is being concurrently considered and replace it with has been responded. Scoping opinion. Just run through the photographs. This is the location plan showing the Met mast located between Sederunt Chalet Hill and Knockwhorley Hill, which is approximately 7 kilometres west of Moniai on the B729 Moniai Castle. Just an aerial photograph showing that Met forest. This is a drawing of the Met mast showing a fairly slimline Met mast with guy wires. This is 18 photograph from the public road from the B729 looking up Sederunt Chalet Hill, which is the forest. Another photograph further back at one of the properties at Sederunt. Objections have been received from 12 third parties, and they relate primarily to landscape impact, lighting, natural heritage. In terms of landscape, the proposal is not considered to have any adverse effect because the mast is slimline design, temporary period only, and visibility would largely localised. In respect of lighting and natural heritage, conditions are recommended require infrared lighting installation. For the reasons set out in the report, approval.
Any questions for the officer at this stage? Well, I have no speakers on this item.
Thanks, Chair. I mean, consistent again with the meteorological mast applications that we've had in the past, I would like to suggest an amendment to the first condition, which is a period of 2 years rather than 3 years, which would be consistent with that. And if that amendment is acceptable to members of the Plan Application Committee, I would so move that we go with the recommendation.
Councillor McComb?
I would support that.
Otherwise minded? Okay.
Committee is determined to approve the application due to conditions set out in the report under
Okay, we move on to item 11, which is erection of a dwelling house with an integral garage and temporary siting of steel containers during construction of land adjacent to 1 non-wood woodlands, Dumfries. Where?
Thank you, Chair. The application is for erection of a dwelling house at land adjacent to 1 non-wood. You can see an aerial photograph of the site. Yeah. Non-wood. Running from right. This is the proposed site layout and location plan. Proposed house on southern edge of the site. The ridge height of the house is 7.7 metres, and the design of the dwelling house is very similar to plot 1.
southward along Nunwood Road, the entrance site off the road, erection. Again, northwards into the up site entrance, stop the access track, the outbuilding within the site. This is looking from the outbuilding towards the access track on the right-hand side, with the house 1 Nunwood left. Panning right from the previous photograph, Maple Bank. South boundary, panning left again. Out. Out. Back into the site, southern boundary, bank. Cross. Just to sum up, full assessment of the application is set out in the committee report, but summarised, considered that the siting design, single dwelling house and access to the site Nunwood Road is acceptable, and the proposal is considered in full development. Recommended subject to conditions noted in the application.
Thank you. Any questions for wondering actually when it's expected when the objector speaks? Assuming that anyway. Any questions for Councillor Hislop?
Is there any further consideration as to backland development?
It's not considered as backland development. It's not a back gardening house. Remaining part of a just the piece of field that's associated with outbuilding remaining as settlement boundary when Dumfries rounded off that area. It's not
Driver.
I'm just looking at that slide there in the top left-hand corner. You've got the blue piece, which I take is the access to the land. Is that a public road or is it a private road?
That's a private access track, which is also full of that.
Okay. Further questions for Sir? Move on to the representatives. Anne Marshall. Forward, please. Not to be recorded. Okay. Agent.
First of all, I'd just like to reiterate what it says in the report and point out the only reason this application is before you is the discretionary powers of the officer. Not contrary to policy, no statutory consultation objections, not been sufficient public representation, and it wasn't called in by the members. The only reason it's here is down to the previous history of the site. Now that was refused on amenity and character. Going back and looking at the differences, the previous application was for 2 smaller houses, which did create a higher density and was a little out of character. this one just has one proportionally large house to the rest of the development. The amenity relating to the access, that again has been improved, and this time came up with no representation from the council roads officers, and they found the access and the visibility satisfactory. With regards to the width, it's generally 4.5 metres. It does narrow down in certain locations where the boundary hedging just needs cut back and maintained a bit better, that's all. But that is not contrary to the policies for designing streets, which is now trying to narrow accesses down, slow traffic down, make sure there's not any conflict. I'd also like to bring your attention to 412, where the officer alludes to the existing traffic potential for that existing building. That building could be used at any time for agricultural purposes. There could be tractors and trailers, all sorts of agricultural equipment up and down that lane, in and out the access all day long. So technically this is not going to be any worse than what the potential situation could be. I think that's all I really want to say. I think the officer's report deals with all the other points raised fairly robustly, and I'll just take any questions that the members have.
Thank you, sir. Councillor Driver.
Thanks, Mr. Buchanan, you mentioned there about the potential of that building being used with farm traffic and whatever, and potentially it could be a lot worse, is what the objector was actually saying. Potentially, of course, it could be a lot lighter. So what would you say to that?
Yes, it could. It's similar to the previous application, where there's an existing use that could be reinstated at any time in the future without planning consent being required. So although it's not used for that just now, there's nothing to say it couldn't be tomorrow without any need for consent or any need for consultation to anybody.
Any other questions? Take your seat. Thank you very much. We're in session. Councillor McKee.
Thanks, Chair. First of all, I stay up at Woodlands Crescent, but I'm not affected by this site. It's away from where I stay, and it's not visually available to me. What I'd like to start is, could you take us back to the photograph, the overhead photograph of the site, showing all the houses, please? My argument is that this area has been overdeveloped the past few years. Thanks very much. If you go to Maple Bank there, which is outside the line, you've got houses that come from, you see Woodlands there, two houses. There's a row there, and then there's two houses on the left, and then there's another two. That was an area of woodland. The wood was cut down, and initially it was said you can have one house in that area. Now 4. Just come up to Garloff View, which is just beside the entrance to the proposed site. The big house that was shown behind the cottage, you actually cut down good beech trees to put that house in there. Just further up, see the nunwood there. You've got twisted oaks one side, and you've got another house at the other side of that road. That was a new road put in for access to a market garden that was wanting to be developed behind there and about the Maple Bank area, or just before it. And there was trees cut down to allow that access. Part of the condition was that beech trees should be planted in those sites. Within a year, or just over a year after that, there was applications come in for 2 houses in those sites. And that's my point, is that we've allowed development in there in my view, is overdevelopment. And this application site that's there now is now going to, you've got that small cottage, what you were shown, has been blinded on one side, and with this proposal, it's going to be blinded on the other side. Why do we not suggest to the owner that he develops that building that's already there, or flattens it and builds on that site, thereby leaving that small bungalow that's been there the first year, goodness knows how many years it's been there, leave it a wee bit of light coming into it, because it's going to be blocked off. And if you look at actually, if you look at page 130, 4.3, application site lies on the edge of the established settlement boundary of Dumfries. It is a small scale, less than 0.25 hectares, has not been formally allocated for development, so is considered as an infill site in terms of GPA 9. Now, if we go to potential future development issues, 420, top of page 33, 133, where the agent has advised officers that in future his clients may wish to develop remaining site for houses, possibly another two plots. And you've got that existing building there. Why are we not saying, right, you develop that existing building and that's your lot? As I say, we've overdeveloped that site, and to put another 3 houses in there is really just rubbing salt in the wounds. And I would hope the planners really take serious consideration of that. And the time comes, we've just done it down at Wigton, where there's sites. We could dead easily have filled them in, but we accepted there were sites, there was open space there for a reason. And I think we've got to accept that this open space is required there for a reason as well. And I would hope the members support as well.
I'm a bit concerned about that. Like that plan.
Essentially, two issues. Raising an issue is a procedural with all applications, so I'm quite happy to address that consideration.
Thanks, Chair. On page 128, where the Council Roads Officer makes some observations, the last paragraph says visibility is severely restricted north by some, then brackets, times 50 metres. Does that mean that you can only see in each direction by 50 metres at the accepted point? Because if you flick to the, if you could the image show the access track, it seems to me that, and the next one, it seems to me that it's impossible to sit in a vehicle given the length of bonnet of somebody. See what's coming, and yet our roads officer seems to be quite comfortable that you can see enough gain access safely to that, and that gives me personally some questions. And we often refuse applications, very basic, that you don't have the required 50 direction minimum. If it can't be
Thanks, Chair. And, I hear what Councillor Dempster is actually saying. Unfortunately, a view is not a planning consideration that we have to take. However, I do have concerns about the amount of plans that are in place for this particular area. And looking at the whole principle of this development with the roads issues, with the infill part of this particular plan application, we have to consider how that would affect other people as well. And light is an issue, opposed to the view. So looking at this particular application, I would be minded to recommend rejection of the planning application on the policy of General Policy 7, Siting and Design, and for road safety reasons. And I would so put that forward if anybody wishes.
I'm happy to second that, Chair, and I'm also just clarify that the view I was talking about the sight line, no the view from the house, aye. But that's fine.
Councillor Meaton.
Can I just ask about how far is that corner?
Put your microphone on, please.
No, just questioning that corner.
Any other point?
It's maybe a question for officers as well, Chair, but you know, there is a suggestion from the applicant that in scale of things, this proposal is massive in relation to adjacent property. Do we never consider the footprint of property adjacent to the application site to support an application for an additional? And given that if the applicant in the bungalow looked for an extension, he in this case would be allowed 50% of the proposed of footprint that Chair expressed. And yet this seems to be massive in relation to adjoining property. We never consider that during the course of making.
Well, we assess the application. Look at that size of house, footprint to a house. One.
Thanks, Claire. That was my question, though. When the first one was approved, then was there never any consideration far larger than the nearest adjoining property? That should be a consideration. We can't extend. We don't allow people to extend small cottages, and yet them. And I understand that the aspirations that individual developers have, but it should be a consideration as well that the current amenity, and that's the point made by earlier.
Response. The first house, I think, the newest house built was actually at Garloff. No access.
Okay.
Yeah, just something to make it clear. It's fair to say we had quite a discussion about this. You know, where you look at that plan on the screen there, there's also a dotted line runs just immediately above the house. That's not the application site boundary. Very specifically, the can't see colour version part, red line entire site. So we have a, yes, that shows it. So if you go back, look at that one, top corner there, go back. That entire area is the application site for that one house. So it's impossible for us to say that that is overdevelopment of that site, putting that one house there. But the frustration that we have is that we know there's a likelihood of another couple of houses coming in on that site, which would also cause a trigger for the road being inadequate. Be looking for more than 2 houses to be served by a road. So we did have a lot of discussion about this, but the difficulty is where the red line is shown, we could not justify a refusal on grounds of overdevelopment for a house within a plot of that size. But we know what's coming.
Okay, Councillor McKee.
I'm back to the same issue, Chair. There's a house been there for years, and yet under planning conditions, it's quite happy, quite acceptable for it to be built. That's basically what's going on. There are 2 houses on that site. What house? Residents their life are going to. We've got to look at more than this. And there's an argument about being an infill site here. I'm sorry to get wound up. I think going, as far as I'm concerned, he's going overboard. But with this actual site, I think we've got to look at who's already there. It's all right saying they're not entitled to this, that. People are entitled to quality of life. And I would suggest if you fill that site in with another houses, there are 3 houses, and I would assume they've got enough for this 3 houses, you find that box up, and I think we've got to have a look at it. Planning. Allow people quality taken away.
Totally agree. If we had an application before us, got the one house plot is substantial area. I know exactly where you're coming from, but I'm planning policy how we have to determine.
I'm sure you know as well as I do, Chair, the number of times we've been done into this, where we give permission for one house, next weekend we're up building a garden. And we've got to be able to, whether it's there or not, there's some way we've got to be able to address it. I'm sorry, but I think it's something that we need to discuss outside this meeting today. But it's a genuine concern I've got, and I think maybe other members haven't got bothered with that sort of thing. But I think it's maybe something we need to discuss.
Folks' desperation to live near you, David, that's what it is. But we have
I think, Chair, once they get to Kenny's, they're moving away.
There is a motion to fuse.
I was going to say, could Councillor Driver expand a bit on what you said about road safety? We do with a little bit of expansion, but more specifically, you're saying it's contrary to General Policy 7.
The siting and design of the application, when you look at the particular area, it means that there's going to be light. As far as I'm concerned, there's going to be light with that particular thing. With regards to road safety, I believe that the increase in road traffic for that particular build period would actually mean that there'd be an increase in traffic. Therefore, the road safety measure would be a safety issue. After that, of course, if it was, there would be massive issues with regards to sighting of coming out of that junction, and taking into consideration what the roads officer has actually said. Visibility is still severely restricted to the north by the tree stump. However, desirable visibility of 90 metres can be achieved at 1.7 metres back from the carriage. I can't see that. I cannot see that from, because as the objector actually said, she had to drive 1.5 metres out onto the road to actually see that far.
So, just to put that into planning, it's contrary to General Policy 7, site and design by virtue of the proximity of the house to other houses would have an adverse effect on residential amenities, loss of aspect and light, and would adversely affect road safety due to the increase in use of private access as visibility.
no difficulty is being proposed. I think that's completely correct from Councillor Dryburgh's point of view. I just looking at the window distance. If you look at that pattern there, there's nowhere else in that development is going down to that minimum window distance down there. I would question whether exactly what Councillor McKee's doing, we're in danger of making this in a lower quality, You stick that, commit that house to be positioned right there. I think there's an element we would not be performing with the established density there.
Just to be clear on this, that the rear elevation there is lower one, close to the left hand rear the gap, so that there isn't a window distance.
Just go for the gap. Forget the windows.
We have a motion to refuse this. Any otherwise minded?
Committee has determined to refuse the proposal. Local Plan General Policy 7 and
Okay, move on to item 12, erection of sandstone sculpture at site adjacent to steps to St Michael's Church, corner of Brooms Road and St Michael Street, Dumfries.
Chair, the application lies on the northeast corner junction of Brooms Road and Michael. What I'll do is I'll show you the photographs for the site. So obviously first item here. Sculpture. See, this is the photograph showing the sculpture and artwork. Plant. Showing the steps up churchyard. Church. Towards the actual site. First one is obviously for the sandstone sculpture assessed within the committee report.
Questions for the officer?
Is this a retrospective planning application? Say to individual planning applications, you know, people who own their own land and that they shouldn't be putting planning applications in without, you know.
Councillor McKee.
It's just the same thing here, and unfortunately, that's all we've got of electric got mounted on that thing. And unfortunately, says that they're going ahead and doing things wrong with the map. No. It's not a case they only decide to do it 50 years. They're just taking us back to our good nature. Generally find it can be stretched to the limit better.
Councillor Geddes.
It really is presumptuous. It's simply unacceptable. Well, it should be the last, sir.
Totally agree with you.
Chair, sorry, it's just one of these things that, you know, we expect people to come in with standards. We expect ourselves to have standards. I'm not going to say I'm going to go against this because I like to see street art actually in the towns and villages around Dumfries and Galloway. Absolutely got no problem with that. But the process has to be followed. And we're not doing that ourselves. So how can we then get other applicants, give the other applicants a hard time?
Councillor Witt.
Yes, totally concur with what's been said. In fact, I feel further. Anyway, and made up my mind and
Councillor McCott.
Well, I was going to suggest we've got another planning committee meeting in 2 weeks' time. We continue this next application and ask the applicant to be here so he can be suitably penitent in front of the committee.
Councillor Hislop.
Yeah, I take it we're at discussion part. I noticed a sort of reference to we ourselves can't do it. This is an applicant, isn't it, project. So I don't think we have, I think we've advised them that they should be put. I must admit that we don't know what exactly rough hell I think. I must admit I think people get lovely statues inside.
For Dempster.
I'm kind of confused with the leader's opinion that project council. It's no sheerly suggestion somebody can turn up and start digging up the pavement and that's all right. I feel that's not what you're saying, but that's what apparently happened. Like him, I think you can't leave it. No point in that. You need to accept the situation as but ensure somehow the message gets out that it doesn't happen again.
Councillor Home.
Thank you, Chair. I think it has to be made clear to organisations such as the People's Project that they are not exempt from the planning process. And secondly, the photograph there indicates something which is very, very light in colour, almost akin to a limestone. I understand it's supposed to be red sand. It may be a trick of the light, but it certainly seems significantly lighter in colour than the background wall of the churchyard.
Councillor McKee.
I'm quite happy to second. Give them a chance to bring out photographs. Not that's the first. And what do you make of that? Height of it, width, breadth? Very, very bare information.
Councillor Maitland.
Sorry. So
I think Claire went to visit it, and it is there now.
1:25 this afternoon, it was there, wrapped in plastic. Can't see the
You can go on your way home. Right. We have a motion to approve this. Otherwise, Councillor Cawtrey?
I mean, I think because it is work has started, I think we should ask that come here because Councillor says that's the first time elected members have seen this. All we've seen is the plan here. And the other application is exactly the same. It's some big background to this statute, and we haven't seen what's in that either. And members might have questions about this. It's nice to ask the applicant to come along. Next meeting's only a fortnight away anyway. It's not as if it's a great length of time away.
I made a mistake. We have a motion to.
We have a motion by Councillor.
Chair, we're being paid. We're not going to refuse. We're just wasting time and fine that people have stepped. The thing's there. We can't design it for them anyway. I just don't see this being a useful exercise.
I had a proposal from Councillor Hislop to accept it. Councillor Geddes.
Well, that's still second. Well, it's not part of the planning. Clear. As I said earlier, it's really unacceptable presumption and unhelpful. But that's not the planning issue. The planning issue is that we have an application. No problem supporting the legal saying grant. I still think we should get out with the decision. We should make our views clear and unequivocal to those
Whilst not for a second wishing to defend the actions of the applicant here, I would let members know that they did also submit an application that wasn't retrospective for a wooden statue outside the Robert the Bruce pub, and that was refused. So they haven't got a particular track record of going and doing planning. I suspect this is
Right. We have a motion, we have an amendment.
The motion is to defer consideration to the next meeting. Till the amendment is to approve the application.
Amendment.
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 Councillor McKee. Councillor
Amendment.
Abstain. Motion.
That was 4 votes for the motion, 8 for the amendment, 2 abstentions. Amendment is carried.
Okay, item 13, erection of freestanding artwork at site adjacent to steps, Michael's Church, corner of Rooms Road and St. Michael's. Please. Where? Where?
Again, this is within plant. They've got the sculpture there, but the actual layout of standing artwork behind will actually the assessment is within the report, but due to concerns of the durability and the proposed material
Questions?
Okay, Chair, I take it there's no picture or anything ready. I have to go and visit.
Councillor Thompson, Geddes. Said.
I just wonder if you could go back to the photograph on the wall, flowers. Can you just tell me where that hoarding?
Yeah, you see just behind the orange barrier, the raised planter area, which has got some yellow flowers in it. Well, it'll be in that area in there, just set with the wall. It's off the wall, freestanding.
Councillor Geddes.
Yes, I've heard various comments, various stages of pleading the maybe, a la an amateur mass, maybe we should be suggesting it back. Do you?
Councillor McCotry.
That intrigues me with this one, right? I suppose it could be construed as an advertising hoarding. Now, we've been asked to give permission for something we haven't seen. I recall, I think it was the last meeting of this committee, where members took umbrage at the colour scheme of a certain public house in this town, because it didn't fit in with the local listed buildings and medieval character of the townscape. Here we've got the oldest kirk in the town, and we're going to allow something to be planted outside it we have never seen sight of. So how can we make a decision on the basis that this will fit in with the amenity and history of that kirk, when all we've seen is if you like, a charcoal drawing rather than what colour it is, etc., etc. Will it fit into that area? How can we make a decision?
Could somebody tell me what it's made of?
Says sketch layout. Work.
Too technical question.
I mean, sorry, just the artist that has done similar work. Shop.
Are you impressed with the Palmerston Park?
Right. We have Councillor Maitland.
Well, I hesitated. In many ways, I think this instance, opinion, but I think finding the actual significant
Anybody second? Councillor McComb? You? Anyone? Councillor McCotry?
Well, I mean, I still like advice on this. Can't we actually make a decision on the basis we're seeing something that's going to be there? Two horses and Queen. I don't know if that's King Billy, Queen Elizabeth, and Tam O'Shanter. What we don't know is what the colour scheme is going to be. And really, if we were going to allow something outside that church, we should have to know what the colour scheme is. Would that fit in with any other application like that? would have the full works before us and make a decision. I can only go back to that decision we made in the public house at the last meeting. That was all based on the colour and its suitability to the heritage of the town. I mean, it's a very well-meaning project, this, but that doesn't mean you should just nod it through carte blanche. If that was a commercial project, would you do the same thing? No. I think it leaves us wide open to being accused of favouring somebody with an incomplete application.
Councillor Hislop.
Yeah, this is a temporary structure. It's not going to actually affect the wall. It's not going to board to that stand. Don't like it. I would think it would be sympathetic knowing sort of what has been Palmer, whether you like Claire or not, and I would support that.
Councillor Geddes.
I would second.
Have a motion, have an amendment.
The motion proposed by Councillor Maitland, seconded by Councillor McComb, is refusing the proposal will significantly conflict with the quality and formality of listed church building structure. Amendment proposed by Councillor Cox, seconded by Councillor Approve. Conditions support. Is that Councillor Nicholl. Councillor Councillor
Motion.
Councillor Davis. Councillor Hislop.
Amendment.
Councillor Maitland. Councillor
Motion.
Councillor McComb.
Motion.
Councillor Key. Councillor
Motion.
Councillor Stephen.
Motion.
Yeah, 10 votes for the motion, 3 votes for the amendment, 1 abstention. Motion is carried.
We move on to item 14, erection of 2 dwelling houses, installation of shared sewage treatment plant and soakaway system at former Hollage Yard in Eaglesfield. Lindsay Brown, please.
If you'd like, on page 155, submitted per plans graph. This first slide looking at the applicant site surrounding land and the village. The site is surrounded on all sides by agricultural land and access to the village via an unsurfaced track. The access with site approximately 100 meters from public. First photograph is approximately there south point of access to the applicant. Shows the nature of the main point of access, the house with moving along point of access, nature of the access track the applicant. Continuing along the access track to the end of the applicant site, this northwest direction across the applicant. As can be seen, it's generally level, vehicle sheds, covered parking area, and tank northwestern area. Into the applicant site, turning back off the building. The access to the left, car and the circuit figure comply with structure plan policy for arch policy for surface and as there's other materials right some the applicant.
questions for Lindsay? Driver?
Maybe not a question for Lindsay Chair, but maybe a question on this. This has been before Annandale and Eskdale Planning Committee before, and myself and Dennis were on this when it's been on time, and decisions were made. And the application was going to be taken beyond what the officer actually said. Now, at that particular time, there was votes in that application committee in Annandale and Eskdale. So where do we stand on this at the moment?
You mean having already voted on it in the past?
Basically, there's a brand new application, planning application committee of the council.
Any questions? Councillor Wicks, question? You have a speaker. Okay, go ahead.
Yes, I find this curious.
If you look at paragraph 1.4, current plan permission principle direct to dwelling houses, no pre-application advice.
Okay, if there's no other questions for the officers, I will ask Peacock to give his presentation. You have 3 minutes.
Thank you, Chair. Good afternoon, members. I'm here to explain my reasoning for bringing this application to committee for determination by members, and hope to show that there is sufficient evidence in planning policies to allow you to overturn the planner's recommendation and approve this application. As with the majority of planning applications, the assessment of the various merits in this proposal is a balancing act between the particular requirements of several policies that have a relevance to the proposal, i.e. General Policies 1, 2, 7, 15 and 60. As far as these apply to this in-principle form of application, it can be seen that the development accords with the majority of these statements and that, on balance, should therefore be supported. As material consideration, I put to you that the following policies could be determined to override General Policy D4, housing in the countryside. General Policy 1, development principle. Scottish planning policy paragraphs 92 to 96 says development plans should support more opportunities for small-scale housing in all rural areas. In this instance, a proposed development can be seen to meet both the aims of the national policy statements as well as the requirements of the development plan, as it will not lead to the loss of any prime agricultural land or have any adverse impact upon the character or landscaping setting at the locality. The proposal would not have an unmitigated or detrimental impact upon its surroundings and would not be contrary to the views of any statutory or non-statutory consultees. It is submitted that the more contemporary and up-to-date statements of policy being promoted by the Scottish Government through the SPP are the principal material considerations that this application should be considered again. These up-to-date policy statements should therefore be regarded as having sufficient materiality, and decisions should be arrived at in respect of this case to enable the Council and specific provisions afforded to it within the Section 25 of the Act to set aside the now outdated terms of the Policy D4. Brownfield Site, General Policy 12A, reusing vacant or derelict land. This policy supports the reuse of these sites, and members should be encouraged to apply this policy. Any redevelopment of unused land in our area rather than greenfield sites must be of planning gain and material consideration. Planning gain. Planners agree that there is a planning gain to be considered, but state that alternative usage should be found for the site. I would argue that considerable gain would be to remove the detrimental effect that haulage or any other industrial usage of the site would have on this community and the interest of road safety. Community support. Although on this occasion the Community Council did not make representation in favour of the application, they have done so on the previous occasions and commented on the material benefit to the community as a whole from the removal of the haulage yard. When asked why they did not make representation on this occasion, Chair. Other policies to consider are General Policies 16. Development within small building groups states there will be a presumption in favour of small-scale housing. General Policy 16A, paragraph B reads, the group must be physically and visually separate from other settlements. Section 2.2 of the Annandale and Eskdale Local Plan reads, suitable small-scale infill development over and above the identified housing sites in the village.
Councillor, you're way beyond your. Any questions for the councillor?
Thanks, Chair. Just coming back to what you mentioned about the Community Council, Councillor Peacock, can you just enhance it a little bit as to why they did not comment on this particular?
Yes, Councillor Driver. When I asked the Community Council the reasoning for not supporting the application on this instance, they told me that they had supported it in previous occasions, but felt that planners had not given consideration to their support. And this upset the Community Council and feeling that their considerations were not being looked at by planners, and thought that on this occasion it would again be a waste of time and effort to put a representation forward.
I mean, obviously planners have to come forward with general policies and all that, and their interpretation of that particular thing, and community councils will put their, their understanding of how it should actually be for their community, as opposed to within general policies, plan applications. Would you say that they had considered under planning applications their response in previous terms, or had they just thought it would be a good idea for the community?
No, I would say that they had certainly considered it. I mean, it had been discussed on many community council meetings, and this particular application as it had been put forward previously. And they considered very carefully the effect and the material considerations, i.e. the removal of the possible return to the haulage site, and the detrimental effect that the possibility of 12 particular haulage wagons coming through that site and through Eaglesfield every single day would have in the community. And I'd also like to point out that out of a population of 642 people in Eaglesfield, there were absolutely no objections to this application, including neighbours.
Any other questions for Councillor Peacock? Councillor Thompson.
Thank you, Chair. I know it's from the consultation, Council Roads Office. What kind of comment was made on that?
Yes, I've seen the planner's report, and the roads office is rejecting because of the actual state of the track and the actual sight lines, and it states that there would need to be some passing places put in place for the application to go forward. Now, in the applicant's report, they have actually stated this. The planners are unsure through their report as to who owns that access track up to the site. Well, I can confirm it is the applicant who owns that particular track to the site, and he has already stated that he is willing to upgrade the track to a suitable surface and to comply with the roads officer's recommendations of the passing places noted and the extent of the sight line on the entrance of the main road from Eaglesfield into the site.
Okay, any other questions? No. Okay, thank you, Councillor Peacock. Take your seat. Councillor Driver and then Councillor McKee.
Chair, somebody mentioned consistency earlier on. And what was consistent through area committee, planning committee, was that there were some members in favour of this application, and I was certainly one of them. And I'm not scared to admit that. And there were other two councillors. Well, the applicant has obviously taken into consideration what we said before with regards 4 houses and things like that. They've actually reduced that to 2 houses. The community council are certainly on board with the application itself, and I would agree with Councillor Peacock that they have considered this in planning terms as opposed to community council. When you look at some of the policies that Councillor Peacock actually mentioned, then when you look at General Policy 1 and the SPP in particular, this is all makings of a good news story for that particular area. There is at the moment the opportunity for that particular haulage yards to be retained as a haulage yard and have the 12 lorries a day go in and out of that particular patch. So I'm of the opinion that it would probably be better used for the two houses suggested within the planning application. And on that sort of thing, I would say as an exception to policy that we recommend that this application goes forward on conditions to be determined by officers. But certainly from exception to policy, suggested in the general policy one, the development principle is certainly there. I think the general policy the development considerations are definitely there. And the general policy 15, housing in the countryside, it does go against general policy 4, I would agree with that. However, I think there is merit for this application forward.
Councillor McKee.
Thanks, Chair. I've just been reading the planning history. Given that the principal house turned down 5 times, earlier on today, turned down 5 times, and albeit they may have reduced the number of houses to meet the table. So I would, on that basis, move for it.
Yeah, I understand, being a councillor for that ward, Chair, that the discussion that's taken place on this and that would actually tidy that site up and maybe stop the threat of wagons using it again, but I really think it's so far out of policy that I have no option but to second councillor.
Councillor McCotry.
Thanks, Chairman. I mean, I think the big anomaly is the council roads officer, because as it does say in there, he can't support it because a couple of cars couldn't pass each other. Yet, it's designated as a haulage yard, which can take up to 10 trucks and 6 trailers. So 10 big 40-foot trucks trundle up and down there daily without anybody saying anything. Yet we have to refuse it because it might not be the view for a motor car. Now, I mean, apart from that anomaly, it does say there that it's only used for a transport yard, no other use. But any other commercial use would have to be commercial vehicles using it, whether it be vans or trucks or whatever. And that wouldn't require any change of use. It was in the same category as a haulage yard. So if you're looking at the general amenity of that area, I think putting a couple of houses in there would be a far better use of the property than I can't see any commercial use going back in there. If there's no commercial use, you'll probably find in a couple of years' time it will be captured as a cannabis farm, because the one in Gretna got shut down. So as far as any legitimate use for the premises, I'm not sure there is any legitimate use apart from this planning for 2 houses going ahead.
Councillor Maitland.
I looked at this. I think the truth is that we've got to continue to try and be fair. I'm with Councillor Mail on this. It is so way out of our policy. Public helped us form our current. Not fair, simply to go away from these policies that have been without material reasons to pass it. And I haven't been given yet the material reasons which would help me go away. Quite happy to hear what those material moments are. Definitely stick.
Councillor recommendation, second Councillor Mail. There was a proposal driver So we have a motion. We don't have an amendment. Is anyone otherwise minded to the motion? Okay. Paula?
20 is determined. Refuse the application for the grounds as set out in the report.
Item 15 is the extension to northwest elevation of dwelling house to provide double garage and additional accommodation, removal of existing single-storey wing at Lees of Home Park, Greetown. Beth Halliday. Where's your skip? Sorry. Robert.
Thanks, Chair. It goes without saying that Beth Halliday's not here to present this item today, so you'll need to make do with me instead, Chair. Going through the slides, first of all, this is a view of the application site outlined in red. You can see it's just outside Freetown. The dark line on the left-hand side is A75 trunk road. It's a closer view of the location of the site as well, showing it in the context of the building. This one makes more sense. One of the submitted plans that shows the outline of existing dwelling house and the proposed extension, which is outlined in red at the bottom of the slide. It shows that the large agricultural building that's superimposed upon has actually been demolished. One main slide. You'll also notice Home Park on the left-hand slide. That would be this neighbour. So looking at the elevations, planning history is itemised at 1.4 and 1.5 of the report on page 168. Started life as an agricultural building. It was converted, altered, extended to form a dwelling house. You've got the existing elevations, fairly conventional building, single span, fairly narrow, slate roof. And you can see as well what's probably worth noting is discuss that. Look at a more detailed site plan, if you like. That's see how it relates to the site. At the top of this slide, you just see elevations neighbouring dwelling. That's the one Home Park. This is what's proposed. So just going back this moment, the lean-to on what was that southern elevation moved basically the proposed elevations. The proposal is described at 1.3 of the report. Basically what you're looking at here is the removal of that element. You can see in between the increase in mass and scale, joining the old part of the new part, central story one. Again, on the lower half of the slide. Looking at the photographs, this is the southwest elevation. Again, that's quite a large cut. Note that proposed extension is located on the right-hand side. See the slightly bluey slate of pit development. Panning around a wee bit, this is showing the adjacent dwelling house, Home Park. Really the only dwelling house immediately locality. This is a view of the southeastern gable. This is view of the northeast elevation, which is granted planning. I don't really want to add anything to the report other than brought to my attention correction made. Correction at paragraph 4.7 of the report. At the end of that paragraph, I've said, furthermore, the structure plan is incorrectly referred to as obsolescent. About to become obsolete. Members. But happy for any questions.
Thanks, Robert. Any questions for the planning officer at this stage? Councillor Debs.
It's just on 1.5. I see there's a note that this appears to be the current commission. Is this now in respect of application as well then?
No, the proposal you have in front of you is to extend the property over and above what's there. The element in question is the element in the foreground of this. We've obviously looked back at the planning permission. Got planning permission. There was a certain extension, has been extended slightly since then, and did ask the case officer to check quite closely to make sure what had actually been done on the left-hand side and in the foreground. It is proposed to remove that as part of the application. Said that, I'm not sure. Having said that, looking at quite
Could you go back, Robert, to the elevation? Is the top one left-hand side, is the new building attached to the old building? Can a gap? Any other questions for the officer? Councillor, no other questions. Councillor Wiper called this in and is unable to be here today, but he has submitted a statement to follow.
I have looked at this application report of obvious a well-designed committee decides to support
Thank you. We're in debate session. Councillor Mickey.
The bottom here is two separate plans, upper floor and lower floor plans. Take it the joining up top left. That's the length.
Chair, I'm quite happy to clarify the application is for an extension to the existing dwelling house. On that basis, we have to take the application as submitted in good faith, except this will be used as a single house. When you look at the portion on the right-hand side, yes, that's the new element. The lean-to gable end extension previous photograph would be removed to make way for that. You can see in the elevational drawing there's a glazed link, if you like. There is that slight gap with glazed link, but two would link in. For example, you can see on the bottom left-hand side, the ground floor plan does have a link. my understanding, and I'm going from memory here, when you look at the plans, on the left-hand side, you've got two projections coming from the original building, one to the front, which is that large glazed element, and the one to the rear, which was shown in the photograph. Those are the two elements part of the building. And then you have the lean-to, sorry, not the lean-to, the hip roof extension on the other gable. So my understanding is if you like, to the left of the glazed opening, that rectangular element without the projecting element is the original element. I couldn't give you an exact figure.
Go back. Basically, you've got three add-ons there. An original rectangle that would have been there.
Okay. Councillor Dempster.
Your question, Chair, has it already exceeded 100% of the footprint? Is that your question?
Leaning to that.
Any other comment? Councillor Geddes.
Well, I must confess that I have more than a little degree of sympathy with problem I've got. If I'm moving route, it's difficult to do anything other than to say that, in relation to the proposed ground for refusal, you wouldn't agree that the proposed extension would dominate the portion. I think that's very, and yet we've previously been told, from a governance perspective, that's not the ground. To me, given that it's almost unique in this particular instance, you either agree with the submission, don't agree with the recommendation. It's on the basis that you simply don't accept A, that it's going to overwhelm or dominate, B, that the massing and scale of the extension would not reflect the original character of the building, and if implemented would lead to the original dwelling house being over-dominated by the unsympathetic mass scale of the proposed 1.5 story extension. So as I say, that's my problem. Finding, we have a perfectly sustainable recommendation for refusal, in my opinion. I don't happen to agree with it. And difficulty in my problem is inadequate part of wording, which we accept on the basis of a motion not to accept that. So any governance advice that is offered is grateful. He's never too proud to accept.
I'm just waiting back.
Well, obviously, I professionally would beg to differ on that one, because I think all you need to do is look at what's on the slide there. The fact that you've got a ridge height considerably above the original building, 1.5 story building, original, inevitably dominate. But the only suggestion I could put forward is in the words of Councillor Wiper, where he's basically saying that the committee could support this proposal as an exception to policy on the grounds that if you're so minded, you view that the design of the proposal is acceptable, wouldn't so an exemplar, good quality design that justifies an exception to policy. Professionally, I would beg to differ, but a matter of taste.
Right, Councillor Geddes. Councillor Driver.
Just to be a bit inconsistent for it. Normally I agree with Alistair on some of the things. I think this time I've got to agree with the officer, and it is too large a scale, and we go with the recommendations.
Geddes. I'll leave it at that. Councillor Hislop.
Yeah, I was supposed to drive that.
Councillor Dempster.
I'd love Councillor Wiper's words to be put into policy. Build what we want. When we want it. Suit me.
That was part of the reason, of course, Chairman, that I was going down the route I was. And that's why I was severely tempted to say, well,
I would have to say that I know the property. very well done. Tremendous difference to the area. Even managed to feature out of the slurry store. Quite remarkable in this day and age. But not featured, not in the house. You know, it's the scale that bothers me, the size of it. I do know that big extension to on top of what was originally a farm building. We have a motion to refuse, go with recommendations. Is anyone otherwise minded? Okay, much. Okay, item 16, erection of 10 dwelling houses, 2 blocks of 2 semi-detached, 2 blocks of 3 terraced, formation of access, turning area, and 10 car parking spaces at 128 to 140 High Street, Dalbeattie. Dean.
Just to take you through some of the points that are made in the introduction in the report. This application relates to a site that's been vacant for at least 20 years. It's on the main, it's very close to or on the edge of the town centre of Dalbeattie, on the principal road in from the south, High Street. It constitutes a clear gap, an obvious gap in the built form and the streetscape in the immediate area. It's an allocated site in the Sewage local plan for housing, for affordable housing as well. There's an extant planning permission on the site, still got until August to run. It could be implemented or started, and it's for a similar courtyard development in a similar layout, as noted at paragraph 1.6. Just to take you through the slides then. At the bottom of that slide would be High Street running left to right or right to left. You've got 2 blocks at the bottom there that would be on the edge of the footway of High Street. Central access, single access into a communal courtyard, parking area, manoeuvring space with 2 blocks that are shown at the top of the drawing. They'd be at the rear of the site as the site fans out so it can accommodate 2 wider blocks. Those are the blocks that are proposed either side of the access off High Street. They'd be hard against the footway edge, either side. Those are the blocks that would be at the rear. They're 2 blocks of 3. Top images in the left, they're the front aspect of the blocks facing back towards High Street, but in reality facing the rear of the 2 blocks that would be erected at the front of the site. That's a perspective from High Street with all blocks in place. So you can see at the middle image there, the blocks at the rear, because they're wider, would overlap from the street, the 2 blocks at the front. This is the situation on the ground. As I say, this site's been like this for at least 20 years. That's looking across the site towards the right-hand side. Fence there in the middle foreground is the boundary, the northern boundary. Panning left, that's front of the site looking back west across the site. Those properties at a slightly lower level, they back onto the site there, accessed from roads at the rear. It's called McClellan Gardens. That's the rear of those properties. Panning left again, southern boundary of the site, that tapers, so it widens there. And you've got the gable end there of the adjacent property that fronts High Street. That property would be demolished to form a shop. That would be demolished to make way for Block 4. Slight gap between Block 4, whereas this is attached to the single-storey house next door, Block 4, immediately abutting it. That's the opposite direction. That's the existing single-storey house, southern boundary of the site. That's opposite the site, much altered terrace blocks, That's another aspect of the same street, probably 100 metres further south. That's just to demonstrate the variety of housing types that you find on High Street. You've got the more modern property there in the immediate left, traditional granite villa, and you've got probably ex-local authority flats in pairs of semis on the other side of the street. Similar situation. Paragraph 4.3 sets out the salient material considerations in relation to this proposal, and the subsequent paragraphs provide an assessment, a full assessment, and it concludes that the proposal recommends that the proposal is supported, subject to the conditions as set out.
Thank you. Any questions for Councillor Geddes?
Yes, indeed, Chairman. Paragraph 1.5 of the report references made to the currently extant planning permission, therefore some payment. Can I ask, Chairman, if in fact there had been no such planning and this application come in, would there in fact have been any such requirement?
Thanks, Chair. If I could clarify, yes, it's a fair point to make. The previous permission is still extant. And that influence, see that on development. We're conscious that this permission can't be implemented. So we had to be pragmatic with this one, recognise that carries weight in our consideration. It's hypothetical, but if it came in from scratch without an extant permission, if you like, on the site, it could be implemented.
Well, see, to me, so there's back to the C word again. I think because at the end of the day, let's assume in fact there were no such standards. If I understand Robert's response, it would be perfectly reasonable if this expect some form of payment site space. Now, to me, the applicant don't want to get debates on two choices. He either implements the standard or he turns his back and makes a friend. Done. And having made that friend, bound by criteria that normally I'll return to debates.
Thank you. Any other questions? Before we go into the questions. Question. Councillor Maitland.
Yeah, thank you. I just want to know, I mean, again, with this stamp commission, which looked at sketch at least, I mean, it tells us absolutely nothing about what it's looked at. I mean, what we've got here in terms of design, I think is really not exciting. Not if anything, actually. It doesn't do anything at all. I'd be really quite sorry to see that go up. Because the opportunity should always be taken where possible to improve. And this doesn't. So I suppose to the officers, I'm really asking, actually, what level of detailed consideration is given to improving what could be done. It just doesn't do anything. And I know Lawburn can perform, look at officers, if they're made to.
I mean, the key consideration, obviously, is the balance. We've got an extant planning. No acceptance. Prizes. We're not under that illusion, however, we're obliged to consider. All things drawn together when we went to met requirements, acceptance.
Right. The previous proposal, Sextant, included retention of that building. Well, probably because policy that's specific to the site suggests that that building ought to be retained in the scheme, but property doesn't need planning permission to be demolished because it was formerly a shop, so there's no planning control over that. It's more of a desire. So the previous scheme that was approved came forward on that basis because it was a marketing tool to sell the site. The previous scheme was never actually intended to be implemented. It was simply a response to council policy to try and market the site. The site's been passed from pillar to post. No one's actually come forward until now to actually propose a serious development proposal that can be implemented. I've spoken to the agent. I asked for kind of development, a financial appraisal of the scheme that's being put forward. The applicant is reluctant to do that. It's sensitive information. But my understanding is it's on the edge, this proposal, and if they were to go down and be pushed down the line of we want a better design through elements of it and replication of the shop, development probably wouldn't happen. And there would be therefore would be left with vacant site.
Are we in debate, sir? No, sorry, I'd welcome from you.
Might be in debate. No further questions coming. No further questions. Debate.
Thanks very much. I would, and I followed the missile because I said at the start, I remember. Okay. Direct your attention to the report. Comments. Council strategic action. As a key council priority, has been agreed for delivery by and there is funding in place. I think Dean's comments well made. There will be there is a finite budget, and the site has been lying empty. As far as I'm concerned, that I would want to see this happen. Apart from anything else, I don't think the proposed design is so repugnant, so fundamentally flawed that planning committee. I still adhere to my comment. Commuted some, if that is going to prejudice, that's going to prejudice worthwhile development. I've made the point. I will not leave it at that because I think it's imperative. Provide much needed housing in Dalbeattie, and we address the site that's been lying, I think.
Chairman, Councillor Geddes rattled my cage again. I wasn't going to mention the old primary school at Sankilly. but I understand what it's like left an absolute ice middle of town, and this means it. I agree with Alex. I don't think that's, and I'm disappointed if the weren't sympathetic. I should also maybe in the ship that Alice and I'd love no.
Anyone otherwise minded then? Go with the recommendations. Councillor Maitland?
Okay, I will put down a marker that I don't think that's an acceptable level of quality design. Used on the basis you haven't taken account streetscape in Dalbeattie, streetscape in Dalbeattie, and I think quality design will not enhance.
A similar courtyard-based development took place in town, and it may not be at the forefront of design, but it is used site and used it to benefit the community. One reservation, I just wonder if 10 parking places.
going to ask about 10 parking. That's what it's 1.5 parking. House. Putting the right on that.
We could just clarify it. 2.1C. The Council's Roads Officer says minimum car parking standards of one number space per dwelling have been applied given its town centre location and that it is an infill site.
Very fact of town centre. Councillor Geddes.
Well, I'll move either as a motion or an amendment, whatever, that in fact grant approval basis. The council, not necessarily planning council, raise it with the developer. Possible muted payment, certain paragraph, notwithstanding.
We have a motion. Councillor Maitland, seconder. No.
You'll never improve it if you don't. I want my
Okay.
I'm not quite sure what to call it, but we'll put something.
Addendum, I think might be the most use, Chairman. Thank you.
Okay. Item 17, alterations to school to include installation of replacement windows, doors, and new curtain walling, including enclosure of existing canopy area to southeast and southwest elevation to form internal circulation area, 237 square metres, and formation of access ramps, steps, and entrance platform with new glazed canopy over at Annan Academy St John Road, Annan.
This first photograph, access it looks towards the principal elevation of Annan Academy. Buildings subject to that fourth building. Position slightly further north. Final photograph further along the northern bound academy site, one of the existing buildings which has finished as site plan, building relations buildings at Annan Academy are the proposed southwest, proposed north. Yeah. Considered for the
Is there any questions? Sailor Soccer Primary. Hey, we're in debate if there's no questions. Archie Driver, Councillor Driver.
Chair, I think it's needs this, Chair. I've seen the frontage of that in an academy there and go with the recommendations.
Anybody otherwise minded? No, thank you very much.
Committee is determined to approve the application as before.
Okay, move on to item 18. Erection of modular school building and demolition of existing school at Shawhead Primary School, Shawhead, Dumfries. Claire X.
Thank you, Chair. This shows the existing site location, block plan. Proposal is to knock down the through site from rear of the school boundary houses. Right. Right. Rear of the school site. Side of the fence. Side of the front. Proposal is for a new building and modular construction, and a full assessment is set out in the report, and subject to bills of land parking area provided. Proposal.
Thank you. Any questions for Claire? No, if there's no questions.
Committee is determined to approve the application subject to conditional.
Item 19, formation of cycle footpath at Lochside Wetlands, land adjacent to Carrick Road, Lochside Dumfries.
This shows the application site, greater link from pathway plane Glen True Road. Afraid site layout has that's full. So this is looking towards new houses at Hardthorne Meadows, the crossing point at the position of the silver van, and that will be where start. Panning left from the previous graph, and basically and area that's flattened out was site. That will be grass. So gap back to the hedge, houses. Turning round again from the gap, across the site, cycle track will be approximately. Planning right. Again, the full assessment is done and shown in the report, and it raises no objection from our roads colleagues. Recommended subject to landscape.
Claire, could you go back to 3, Claire? Aye. These things on the other side of the road, what are they, factory units? Not impressed extra, but might be. Right, I'm not disputing that. Just don't like it. Anyway, that was my question. Wonder what they were. Yes. Right. Any questions? Any questions?
I'd like to know the width, and yeah, the link goes across Glenthrow Park. Is there any intentional linking Glenthrow Park down through the gap onto Alloway Road? Because there was a path created there quite a long time ago. You see where it links to Glenthrow Road, the footpath going across Glenthrow Park. Instead of going across it, in case of going down the road, keep it going straight on and through between the two lots of houses. One will be, I think, back onto Dulswinton Avenue, and the other one's way across the Carrick Road. Could do with a link across there.
Another day.
I think that's another application for another day. This application's been put in by the HP.
We're happy to agree recommendations on this application. Okay, thank you.
Committee is determined to approve the application subject to the conditions as set out in the report.
Item number 20, erection of 4 dwelling houses in formation of 2 road accesses, plots 1 to 4, Kellerbank, Kirkconnell. Jessica Taylor.
This application seeks permission in principle for 4 dwellings and the creation of 3 accesses. Site is located centrally on the plan. It's access gained off Kingsway. Application is in principle, but an indicative layout has been submitted which shows the site is capable of accommodating 4 dwellings. This is the site, then runs to the river near the site. Background to see the rear of Main Street. There's a photo looking down Kingsway. Site is on. See the area characterised by properties. The final photo showing wider site. So it's going to have 3 axes. The one closest will serve plot 1, then the middle end plot next to that. Fine. The only update are the responses been received from Council Flood Risk, who raised no objection now following the application.
Any questions at this point? Councillor Dempster.
Thanks, Chair. I'm very familiar with an SC sequence, but a lot of floods, been huge floods, and may well have involved with that particular.
Agreed.
Committee is determined to approve conditions in the report.
Item 21. It's the erection of biomass boiler building and associated work, Grierson House, the Triton Bank End Road, Dumfries. Okay.
So the site is located to the rear of Sederunt Hall, then leads on to Bank End Road, Mid Park Hospital, to the side of the road. Building house a biomass boiler serves around rectangular shape and measures 4 feet. Building blue will measure south. This is a photograph taken stood on the car park of the hospital, looking over the site, well
Any questions for the officer? B. Happy to agree. Thank you. Sorry.
It looks bright yellow. The colour. I take it the colour of any colour. I would not colour.
Condition 1, if you look at exactly the external finish.
Yes, approve the application. That's set out in the report.
Item 22, installation of 2 additional rainwater pipes to south and north elevations of church at Crichton Memorial Church, Bank End Road, Dumfries. Jessica Taylor.
Application site, so Crichton Memorial Church, Dumfries site, and it's the installation of rainwater north south elevation of church. Fortunately, they are doing work that problem seeing this elevation, but it mirrors and install the moment the water's running down. No objection.
Happy to agree. Thank you. Paula?
Committee's determined.
Thank you, gentlemen and lady. Thank you for your attendance and your stamina. Thanks very much.